Live from Northeast Texas, it's The Bible Guy Show. Everyone, make sure you tap that screen and share the live with those you love, with those you hate, and with your friends and with your enemies. Tap that screen like Jonathan wanted to tap King David. And now, your host, The Bible Guy.
Howdy, everyone. Bible Guy here, coming at you live on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Now, we started live quite early today. So early, in fact, that, I literally woke up not 34 minutes ago. Yeah, my schedule is absolutely fucked, y'all. I go to bed at probably 6 in the morning and then wake up at 2 in the afternoon. Kirk Cameron? No, today no, not Kirk Cameron. Once we get enough people here watching the stream, I'll show you guys something nifty that I found on the internet that I think everyone needs to know about. But I got our first super chat already in the box, so I think I'm gonna pull that up and read that real quick. Why not? Yeah, hell yeah.
At Herbie Shine with the £5. Just watch the video Justin posted today when Dalkin had his adult performer mustache. So honor yo, especially as he's now a tough shaved head guy.
I've actually gotten a little bit lazy. I need, after the show today, I'll probably go back and give me a good once over because you can see my hair growing back now. But adult performer mustache is wild. I know. Although most of the time I got asked for some reason I was asked if I was a cop when I had the stash. There's something about a mustache that just says that just says authority, and that's not always a good thing. Howdy, Brianna. Good to see you. Shadow Slays. Is there an echo? Co-op or military for sure. Shadow Slay says they hear an echo. Does anyone else hear an echo? Joshua says no. No says no echo. All right. Well, it might just be you, Shadow Slays. And you tell me if you still hear it. You just joined back? All right. Mohawk? I'm not getting a mohawk. It's not happening. Some of us were born with resting Republican face. It's not our choice, I promise. Trust me. Definitely not my choice. I have considered dyeing my hair blue just so that I won't be like mistaken for being a Republican. Like, people would say to me, "Hey, I've heard it before," because I used to have like red hair, but not like red hair like ginger red, but more like a maroon hair color. And someone said it made me look like a liberal. I was like, good. I don't want to be mistaken for one of y'all. All right. So now that we got enough people here, Jagger, yes, you are more than welcome to come up. First, first things first. I want to show you guys something very special today. Today's episode of The Bible Guy has been brought to you by the letter J. And why has it been brought to you by the letter J? Quite simply, it's very simple. It's because I found a nifty little website that everyone needs to know about called jmail.world. What is jmail.world? Jmail.world is like a faux version of Gmail. However, it doesn't let you send out emails or receive emails. Instead, what it does is it shows you all of the emails shared by Jeffrey Epstein and his friends. What? Yeah. So here it is on the screen. It's crazy shit. So, for example, let's say, oh look, what we have an email here from Elon Musk. What's this? What's this first email here? Let's see. Reed and I will join. Will met. Reed and Joy will met me in Palm Beach this evening on the 28th, and I will fly them to Ireland, then to Boston on the 30th. Come, please note. Which Elon said have to be in London and California on those dates. So, holy shit. There you go. Jmail.world, everyone. If you want to go and read all of Jeffrey's emails, text messages, and see who he's been talking to, because I got emails here from people like Elon Musk, Donald J. Trump, Bill Gates, yeah, all kinds of people here in his email list. That's crazy shit. Yeah, so there you go. Shamsul Ambri says no job. Nope, I got a job. I'm doing it right now. Don't hate just because you hate your job, bud. Not all of us can do what we love for a living. I'm sorry. But I do. I love when they start getting all up in arms about me not having a job. Well, I do. So there you go. Fuck you. Gistaro the Jester says Bible Guy rocks. Hey, you rock too, Gistaro. Oh, rock hard for Doug. Absolutely. Anyways, Christians. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. Atheist, non-believer, and Jesus is dead. Come up here and prove me wrong. Where can I pull up those emails? Mail.world. Yeehaw! Thank you for the cowboy hat. Don't search for jerky. My friend Johnny shaved just the top of his head. Old man half hairdo. Old man hairdo for a week just to do it. Miss that guy. That's so funny. Like what, he like shaved just the top and then left the sides up? That's great. It's funny. Okay, let's see. Brought to you by viewers like you. Yeah, I agree. Exactly. So everyone, make sure you're tapping that screen, sharing the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Let's bring up the next guest, Aldo. Aldo, we've spoken to you before. You're a Muslim. You think Jesus is alive, so prove to me that Jesus isn't dead.
Yeah, so it just says it in our books that Jesus is, alive. And it was made to appear. Yeah,
why should I believe your book?
Because God exists and monotheism is the truth, and that's the only book that actually preaches monotheism and is accepting to all.
Even if there was a God and I was a deist, and even if there only was one God, I still wouldn't believe your book. Why should I believe your book? Even if it preaches monotheism, you can get a religion that happens to gets a attribute of God correct, would mean that it's true. So why should I believe the Quran when it makes the claim that Jesus isn't dead?
Like, because there's no errors in it, right?
Okay, does the Quran call Jesus Al-Masih?
That is correct. Yes, that is what it calls him.
What does it mean to be Al-Masih? For everyone who doesn't know, Al-Masih is the Messiah in Arabic. What does it mean to be?
Ask me, what does it mean? And then you're just going to tell everyone that it means Messiah.
Well, that doesn't tell us what it means, though. What does it mean to be the Messiah?
Does it have to? I think it was pretty the people at the time. It's actually explained what the Messiah's job is, right?
What is the Messiah?
Well, the Messiah is just going to be. Well, yeah, he has explained it in the other books, right? He's going to be, the Avenger. He's going to be the one that comes and he's going to stop the Antichrist.
How can you test to see if someone is a Messiah or not the Messiah?
How can you test? You couldn't test it empirically.
You could. There's a way.
You can ask them to do. Yeah, you can ask them to do miracles, which they did.
No, miracles aren't the sign that someone's the Messiah. Moses did miracles according to the Bible and according to the Quran.
Moses did do miracles, but Moses also told everyone that he's not the Messiah, right? So it's hey,
Moses never said that.
Exactly. Moses never said, "I'm not the Messiah."
Yeah, no, Moses never said I'm not
Well,
the
he never
Messiah.
said he was the Messiah.
All right. So if someone makes those, so there's been lots of messianic claimants in the last 2,000 years. Jesus of Nazareth is just one of them. How do we tell who actually is the Messiah? It's not through miracles.
Yeah, I think that the continuity, it aligns like pretty well, at least. Right?
What
We
does
do
that
believe that the prior,
What does that mean?
yeah, like the continuity. So it's like how let's say one man is able to, refer back to the prior man, and then the other man is able to refer back to the prior man, and the prior man before the prior
Someone
man.
making reference to a previous prophet makes them the Messiah now?
No, not necessarily, but it's kind of like the continuity just shows like
Here,
it's not something
Aldo,
completely different.
Aldo, I'll help you because you're completely clueless on this topic. The way you know that someone is the Messiah is that they fulfill messianic prophecy. So, did Jesus fulfill any messianic prophecy?
Well, he will like in terms of obviously, the Antichrist has not come back yet.
There,
Right? We're not at the end
where
time.
is it prophesied that the Messiah will fight against an antichrist in the Hebrew Bible?
In the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, because that's how we know if someone is like meets the criteria to be the Messiah. They have to fulfill prophecies about the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. Otherwise, I have no good reason to think anyone's a Messiah, despite what some pedophile in the
In the
desert
Hebrew
says.
Bible, yeah, I don't know too much about in the Hebrew Bible, but I do know in our books that he will be facing the
Well,
Antichrist, who's going to be a man who's going to deceive
that's
the Christians.
that's just a claim. That's the same claim that the Book of Revelation makes. But the
Yeah, but
Quran and
obviously there's like
but the Quran and the New Testament are both wrong when they make the claim Jesus is the Messiah because he didn't fulfill prophecy. So if Jesus didn't fulfill
well,
prophecy, then I'm not inclined to believe the Quran when it makes the claim that he is Al-Masih.
well, no, you have to talk about like the miracles that did happen, right? That kind of gives you.
Miracles,
Do you think that
mir-
raises? Wait,
no,
does that raise the
mir-
probability?
no miracles. You don't have to
It
perform
doesn't raise the
miracles. No, because
You have
because
to think about it.
prophets, both prophets and false prophets can both perform miracles according to the Hebrew
Yeah.
Bible. So Jesus performing miracles could just as likely make him a false prophet.
Okay.
So no, that's not sufficient to be the Messiah.
Like, yeah, I understand that. Let's say he makes a claim, right? And it's like, all right, well, given enough time, it's probably bound to happen, right? But
He
the
makes a
cardinality
claim.
is just going to be
Well, you don't
extremely low.
believe the claims of Jesus. You make the claim. You make the claim that the claims of Jesus have been like corrupted. So
I
let's
do
not talk
make
about
those.
let's not talk about the claims of Jesus because I'm just going to point out to you that Jesus made the claim that he was the Son of God. So like, and you're going to
Yeah,
deny
no.
that. He also made the claim that he would die and come back from the dead in the Gospels. So, but you don't believe in the claims of Jesus. You believe in the Quran. So again, if Jesus didn't fulfill messianic prophecy, I don't give a shit what he claims.
Well, no. I think that like the Mosaic
he
law
doesn't
is very.
he doesn't meet the criteria.
Mhm. Yeah, so when I look at the New Testament of the Bible, I don't look at it as like scripture, right? From God. I think that the Old Testament, obviously, that's also been corrupt under my view, but that seems more like scripture from God, right? It
All right.
seems
Well, unless you can
it
point
seems
to
a
a
little more like
prophecy,
synonymous
unless
to
you can point to a messianic prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, I'm just going to say the Quran is wrong in calling him the Messiah.
Okay, wait. So let's say the prophet makes a bunch of claims, right? So you don't think that it raises the probability of Islam being true if these
Nope.
like claims are fulfilled?
No.
What you have to think about the cardinality. What's the cardinality between now and then?
I don't know what that word means, but anyways, Jesus
Like
has
instead
to
of like years that there is.
Jesus, I don't care about the years. I mean, Jesus has to fulfill prophecy and be the Messiah in order for the Quran to be true.
That is true, and that's going to happen.
Well, no,
Just not, it just hasn't happened yet.
Then I can just say that Menachem Mendel Schneerson is actually the Messiah and that it will be fulfilled in the future. Like I don't like you.
I have more reason. I know, but mine makes more sense.
By saying it's not yet fulfilled and it will happen in the future, you're basically just conceding that Jesus hasn't fulfilled any prophecy, and thus I have no good. And then it doesn't make more sense.
Yes, because
Jesus,
there's other prophecies.
The only way it can make sense for Jesus to be Messiah is for him to fulfill prophecies from the Hebrew Bible, and yet you can't point me to any. So
No.
Quran's wrong.
I'm telling you, look, listen. You can make a claim and I can make a claim, right? I can substantiate my claim better by showing other miracles that have been done, right?
Miracles Miracles don't make someone a prophet or even the Messiah. You realize the Hebrew Bible even says that false prophets can perform miracles, right?
That's completely fine, but we're talking about what's happening currently, as opposed to like what was, said to
Wait a
happen.
second.
What
Wait a
was,
second.
assumed.
Doesn't the Quran say that both the Torah and what is it called, the Najee, or what's the Christian Bible called?
The Injil.
Injil, yeah. Isn't the Torah and the Injil considered to be the perfect word of God in the Quran?
Yeah, we just don't have access to them.
You don't have access to them?
Yeah.
Unsubstantiated claim, by the way, everyone.
Oh. What,
Yeah,
does
we
the
don't have
Quran
access
say that
to
you
them.
don't have access to them?
It doesn't mention that, but we just don't,
So how do you know you don't have access to them?
because there's contradictions. If you say that if you say that the words from all scriptures are true, there's gonna be contradiction.
Oh yeah, that's just the Quran being wrong. Then, like, if the
what has the
Quran
gotten wrong?
If the Quran makes the claim that the Torah and the Ims, oh good, you're here. If the Quran makes the claim that the Torah and the Injil are a perfect word of God, and we have no evidence that they've ever been like replaced or lost, and all the evidence points to the fact that the Gospels we have now are the Gospels, and the Torah we have today is the original Torah, then the Quran's wrong. Welcome to the live. Would you like to?
Ems has been ducking the Orthodox Muslim for months now.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't trust you, Aldo.
Wait. What? Say that again?
You've been ducking the Orthodox Muslim.
I haven't spoken to him in like 2 years. What do you mean?
Okay, debate him now.
We haven't interacted and he's never talked about me directly.
Okay, join up on his lives.
No, I do not join Muslim lives.
Oh, you don't join Muslim lives.
Although,
sounds very ignorant.
No, I don't, because last time I did, Muslims had an entire campaign trying to unalive me. So yeah, I don't.
Oh my goodness, wow, this guy.
Okay.
Although, as boring as your complaints are against M's, and we don't give a shit. Let's move on to actually can you prove to M's that Jesus is alive because the Quran is true?
Well, yeah, the Quran is most definitely true because there's prophecies that have been fulfilled in such a small cardinality of time.
Sure. What do you make about things that? What do you make of things that have not been demonstrated to be true? Then.
They will be true.
Things that are not demonstrated to be true factually, not temporally.
What was that?
See that again?
Yeah,
things that haven't been, things that haven't been demonstrated to be true factually. I'm not talking temporally.
Okay, and what's one of those claims?
For example, the embryology of the Quran claims about the human body, claims about nature, claims about the chain of creation of the universe and the earth, etc. Sure, can you explain to me how it's 100%?
Oh yeah, Ams, Aldo thinks the belly button is on the chest. We've already established.
No, I don't think that.
Oh, it's that dude. I just want to make it very clear. Although,
by the way,
your claims are.
You're too loud.
Who?
Okay. Dalton, I guess you're too loud. I just want to say, Aldo, you just made your book infalsifiable, so it's kind of useless to everybody.
Well, no, the thing is, whatever scientifically said is true if and only if it's, said in the Quran.
Okay.
So science is going to be wrong.
Sure.
Science could definitely be right, obviously, right?
I have a question.
If goes against the Quran scientifically, then science is wrong.
I have a question. If Allah said that the sky is observably red, and you look outside and the sky is blue, would the Quran still be right?
The Quran could, the sky could definitely be red.
No, it's observably red.
Is it observably red?
If the Quran said that the sky, that you see the sky in the color red, and you go outside and you see the sky in the color blue.
Yeah, I think I see the sky in the color red. I mean, if I did.
Although the Quran has fried your ability to think
You're
rationally.
way too loud.
No. The thing is, if it said that the sky is red, right?
Is he only loud for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna think
or is he loud for everybody else?
The sky must be red.
Yeah.
Well, no. I got the mic as far away from me as I possibly can.
Wait,
Aldo, Aldo, the Quran has fried your brain. That's what we.
No, it hasn't. It's only made it stronger. That's why I'm smarter than all five.
No, sure. He said that the belly button is on the chest.
No, I didn't say the belly button's on the chest.
Well, no.
I said it's
we were
between the
talking
top of the
about
rib.
we're talking about between the backbone and the rib, and he made the claim that the belly button was also there, and we've looked at where the backbone
Between the backbone and the ribs.
Yeah, which is right about here.
How is the belly button between the backbone and the ribs?
Yeah, it just is.
How is it?
From like a certain direction, like you know, if we use
Which
like
direction?
trigonometry. Yeah, so if we use like trigonometry, right?
Trigonometry.
And-
Could you define
you put-
what trigonometry is?
Yeah, it's just gonna be like when you look at like triangles and stuff, you can find like the angles inside of like certain places. You can
Sure.
find you know.
Could you do the
things like that.
trigonometry to show that the belly button is between the backbone and the ribs?
No. I said that in like a specific direction, which someone like
Sure,
let's say
which
someone's
direction?
like leaning, right? So it's like wait. I'm gonna say this for example. Is your nose the highest part of your body?
No,
It's not. But what if you're laying down? Your nose is the highest part of your
it
body.
still isn't.
Unless you're a
No,
little
'cause-
freaky, then it's not. Am I right? All right,
Oh
anyways, yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
That was a funny
Oh,
joke.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Where-
Oh, Jesus Christ! Are you a Christian
Where-
or are you?
No. Okay, don't be
no.
Aldo, you've already demonstrated yourself to be an idiot. Don't keep digging this hole for yourself. We speak English, and in America, Jesus fucking Christ is a common explicative even for non-believers. You're demonstrating your inability to think rationally with every sentence you speak. It's embarrassing. Now,
Yeah, and
Aldo,
me and I just want to say, Aldo, we have certain like language in neuroscience, in medicine. I'm sure Evans knows all about this. That tells us like rostrally, the nose would be the furthest tip, but it will never be the highest point ever because that's not how we measure. Like
All right,
that is
well-
just dumb.
If you're flat down,
Yeah, so Aldo, can you prove to both so Ems has like a medical you have a medical degree, is that right, Em? Can you prove to Ems that without just saying because the Quran says so, because that's intellectually lazy and stupid, that sperm is located between the backbone and the ribs?
Sure.
And
Go
and
ahead.
don't be late and don't be lazy, Aldo. We'll all call you lazy if you be lazy.
can I bake you guys real quick? Just like real quick.
No, nope. You
Like,
can respond to what I just said.
We can say the foot is.
Nope. You can
foot is
respond
higher
to what I
than the
just.
head.
You can. respond
How
to what
old
I
did you
just
say he
said.
was?
He's over 18, but he acts like a 14-year-old.
So, are we talking about like, is he 18?
Yeah,
Because he
he's at
sounds
least
18.
He is at least 18, but he's intellectually 8. So, Aldo,
He sounds 18.
Can you prove to Ems that sperm is located between the backbone and the ribs? Come on.
Yeah, so it's between the backbone and the ribs because it depends on the way that you're looking at it, right? So it is between the bottom of the backbone and.
No, it is not.
Almost definitely is.
No, it is not. Where
It
does
is.
the where does the backbone end?
The backbone, it ends up like where the back.
Sure, where does it end?
Yeah. Like where
Relative
the-
to other structures.
Yeah, where like the legs begin.
They end where the legs begin.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Really? Then how do you have
pelvis is
orifices?
there. Yeah.
Sure, how do you have orifices then?
Oh, are you talking about your spine? Like, what do you mean by backbone?
Your spine, yes.
Your spine is not your backbone. That is
What?
a backbone.
There used to be
It is
shame
a
in this
backbone?
world.
It's a backbone.
No,
what do you mean
there's
it's a
many
backbone?
backbones, right? So yeah, I mean,
There's
if you
what?
think-
There, wait. How many backbones are there?
how many backbones? I think that there's like a lot, at least a lot.
Could you name two?
Yeah, there's gonna be the vertebrae, and there's gonna be the, the omnivore.
The omnivore. He's a troll. He's a troll, or
Not
he's
troll.
Yeah, he's
Or he's
got to be a
mentally
troll.
defective.
Although
No,
I'm convinced that you're an idiot. You're a certified idiot. We should put you in an idiot house, so that doctors can study you for future research. The omnivores, you dunce, are animals that eat
I know what
both. Are omnivores are
Yeah.
animals that eat both plants and meat. Not the name of a bone.
What if I asked you guys this? Can your leg be higher than your head? Can your foot be higher than your head? If you
Need
do a
in the
handstand-
anatomical position, no.
Yeah, so if you do a handstand, your foot's higher.
Again,
In
in
the-
the anatomical position, no. Because that is how we define any relationships between organs or parts of your body via the anatomical position.
67.
You're not gonna like have some guy
Alright.
6'7". Don't, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, out of all the Muslims I've spoken to, Aldo, you're the worst of them.
Or stupid.
Like the most brain dead individual I've ever spoken to. The Quran has absolutely fried your brain. You are incapable of coherent thought, and I'm probably never going to talk to you ever again.
I'm going to be dropping.
Dalton, Myth Vision said yo in the YouTube chat.
Oh, hey, what's up, Derek? Good to see you, bud. That's great.
Bye, Ems.
Bye, Ems. Good. Thank you for coming up, bud. Much appreciated for your service. Howdy, everybody. Howdy, Ashlyn, and howdy, Rav. Good to see you both.
How you doing? Yeah, good to see you both.
Hi.
Oro says his
WMs, yeah,
is very damaged. Yeah, Ems comes like the bat. Like every time a Muslim shows up, he comes up like the bat signal has just been like shown, which is like it's like crazy. Like I don't know how he does it. Oh, thank you for the whale. But yeah, it's wild. All right. Let's see.
I speak whale. Sorry, I had to do that.
Okay.
At Steve Gear with the $5. YouTube is blocking my chat about the Jeffrey files.
YouTube, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know that it's doing that. When I was trying to post comments earlier, non-related, it was giving me an error message as well. I think that it was just glitching. Try again, and if it continues to glitch, then it might be that they're doing that. But I was also having issues earlier as well.
Yeah. But were you here earlier when I showed everyone the Jmail website?
No, I was not. You didn't like you had messaged me and I was making a cake because Elias requested that cake again. So.
Oh, okay. Well, just so everyone knows, again, jmail.world. You can go and you can read Jeffrey Epstein's emails, all of them, to all his friends, including Elon Musk here, who couldn't go to the island because he was too busy 1 week. Just remember that, everybody. Jmail.world. Not gonna let that one go. Not gonna let the files die. Is cake a euphemism? In this case, it's not. No.
It's an actual cake.
It's an actual cake. I've seen it. And it was beautiful.
Oh god, that Dalton said that's not helping the case.
Theria in appearance now called Web. There is an app called Web. What? I don't know what you're referencing, Nicholas. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Said Shadow Slays. No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. All right.
At Herbicide with the £2. Several chat comments have been rejected for me too.
That's weird. I don't have any settings turned on for that would like negate any specific chats, so it's definitely not coming from me. I don't know why. Maybe it's YouTube's being all glitchy glitch today, but I don't know what's going on, bud. For Epstein, there's an app called Web. All right, remember that, everyone. That's another website to look at. Web, WEBB.
Auto MDX says, guys, let me come to the island, pretty please. Elon Musk.
All right. So Christians, and apparently I guess Muslims too, because you guys are masochists. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong. Let's see. Imagine E being weirded out by you. That would be crazy. I think he'd be weirded out just by decency and goodness. Is what he'd be weirded out by. So he'd be weirded out by most of us here. I was wondering if cake was a euphemism too. With albeit Ashlyn, you can never tell.
Listen. I grew up with men. Okay, I was raised by men. I was the first female born into my family in over 100 years. So, cut me some slack.
Oro Paris says, "Do you take Jews?" I mean, yeah, but I don't Are there any Jewish people out there in the comment section who would like to contend with the fact that Jesus is dead? I mean, if you're Jewish and you think Jesus is still alive, you're more than welcome to come up, I guess. Wouldn't that be something wild, Rabbi?
Yeah, well, it would make them not Jewish. Also, yeah, I have lots of thoughts about messianics. It feels like they're
Oh
on
yeah,
the rise.
me too. I have a lot of thoughts about them too, especially since I used to belong to Messianic Judaism as a non-Jew, which is wild.
I would love
KTNB.
to hear about that one day.
Oh yeah, I got some more lore to drop for y'all guys today on the Bible Guy. KTNP says, "Is bro wearing lipstick? No, I just have really kissable lips. No, I actually my lips are extremely chapped right now, which is the problem. Whenever this happens to me every winter, I bite my lips, guys. I have a bad tendency of biting my lips and then peeling the skin off with my teeth, um, which is horrible. I get it, but yeah, it's something that I do. Now, the first bit of Bible Guy lore I'd like to share with you guys, and Ashlyn reminded me of this on accident. Ashlyn sent me a video. Oh wait, y'all got me cracking up. Albeit Ashlyn and at the Bible Guy official always make my day better. Hey, Consciousness 666, happy to help. But Ashlyn sent me a video
Yay!
of a mega church pastor. White guy, dreadlocks. His name is Todd White. Um, and talking about how God could become our climax. That was a great video. But here's a fun fact for you, Ashlyn. When I was a teenager, I wanted to be just like Todd White. I wanted to be.
Oh gosh.
I grew up Protestant.
Why?
I grew up Protestant evangelical. Todd White is a guy who goes around doing street preaching, and not really street preaching. He goes around on the street finding people with ailments and asking to pray for them and attempting to do. He does the
I'm glad you snapped out of it, because as someone on the outside, what he was saying was just weird as fuck. It just odd.
Todd White also does the classic bit of, well, it looks like the reason your back is hurt is because you have one leg longer than the other. Let's pray to Jesus right now that leg grows back into place, and then making it appear as if the leg is growing, using subtle hand treatment. I wanted to be like this guy when I was younger because I thought faith healing was a real superpower that a Christian could have. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a lore drop for you guys, but we're gonna bring up our next guest. Trending.
You can do anything you put your mind to.
Yeah, that's what Todd would think. Yeah. Trending products. I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
What?
What pronouns do you go by?
Pronouns. That's what you
Yes.
said. Pronouns.
Yes.
What you mean by that?
Pronouns are words that replace nouns in sentences in order to avoid repetition, and the third person pronouns we generally use are he, him, she, her, they, them. Which one of these would apply to you?
Oh, him.
All right.
He, him.
He, him. All right. And then final question: do you think Jesus is dead? Yes or no?
No.
All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible Guy. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Well, Jesus. Well, okay. Well, he was on earth, and he passed away from earth, because everyone does pass away from earth. Now, one thing the Bible also said is death comes to all, which is the same thing. It means death of the flesh, I would say. So, we come on earth for a certain time. But Jesus is the almighty creator of heaven and earth and existed before the flesh. So
prove it.
Maybe death had came. So maybe death had come to the flesh that he had. Maybe he passed away, but he isn't dead still. Death did come to the flesh, but he still lives after that and is alive.
I'm familiar with what the Bible says, so I know the claims. What we're asking for here is evidence for those claims.
That he's not dead?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say, right? And then I want you to look into it before just saying anything out of, because people like to people react sometimes to just certain things. But I want you to look into what I'm gonna tell you, okay?
Is it going to be evidence?
Yeah.
Yes, this is the evidence I'm using. This is the evidence I'm using. So this is
how much you guys are gonna bet that the thing he's gonna ask me to look into, I've already looked into. Let's take a look. Go ahead.
I know, but okay. So this is what I'm gonna say. Jesus in Matthew said that he was gonna come back. When they were asking when he's gonna come back, he said, "I'm gonna come back as the Father to sit on the throne. I'm coming back with the kingdom as the Father to sit on the throne."
He never said that in the Gospel of Matthew. He never once says that he's the Father in the Gospel of Matthew. What he does say is that he will return.
No.
What he does actually say in the Gospel of Matthew is that he will return before this generation has ended, and everyone in that generation died, and he didn't return.
That's just one thing, but there were times when they were looking up at him. Remember, there are times they're looking up at him and they were asking questions like, "When are you gonna come back?" And he said, one time he said, "Why are you looking up? I'm gonna come just as I leave," something like that. That was just one other thing, but the one
Jesus didn't say that. The angels said that after Jesus ascended into heaven in the book of Acts. Why are you looking up to heaven? Jesus will return the way that he left. But no, Jesus never said that. Okay,
nice one.
Jesus never said that he will be the Father. He says that he will return before this generation ends, and that generation ended, and he didn't return.
So those are two different things. The one with the angel, the one that you're saying, and now this is another one. So this is a third one. So it's not the same as what you're saying or what I said, but this is the one I'm speaking about. He said when before it was the same time when he was going up and they were watching up and so forth, and he told them, "I will return as the Father with the kingdom to sit on the throne."
Citation.
Citation, and how is this evidence?
It's not.
Okay, so the thing is, right? The thing is, I read this in a physical Bible that I had.
Trending. Could you engage with what we're saying instead of having your own side conversation with I don't know who? Could you engage with us in what we're asking you?
Yeah, so I'm telling you that I read the whole Bible.
Okay,
and I did.
No one asked you that, Trending. We didn't ask if you read the whole Bible at this point in time. What we're asking you is either first we ask you for the verse to cite your source and when Jesus apparently said what you said Jesus said. And then the second question was, how is this evidence?
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the real flesh.
Are you going to engage with the conversation, Trending? Or are you just gonna have your own conversation?
The first thing is, like I was saying, I can't recall the exact scripture that said it because I was just reading through and remembered what it said, right?
Because it doesn't exist.
Okay. Now the second one, how is this evidence?
Okay, so
this is just another claim. This is what your book says.
Let's go to this evidence. So that was the scripture I was talking about, and this is where it happened in real life. Okay.
Okay. Here.
In
trending. Okay, I just need to check. Do you know the difference between claim and evidence? Do you know the difference between those two things?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes. One is when it's not actually true and you're just probably claiming, maybe, and the other one is like probably real fact evidence.
No, claims can be true. They're just not yet supported by evidence. So if I make the claim, let's say we're living 3,000 years ago, and I make the claim that the Earth is a sphere. That claim is true. It just wasn't yet supported by any evidence that's been presented. So claims are just statements that you make, and they're not yet supported by any evidence. They can be true. They can be false. Evidence is the things that you point to that demonstrate that the claim you made is true. So when you just quote the Bible at me, that's a claim. Mm-hmm. So I need you
correct. I agree.
To give me some data and anything that adds to the probability that what you're saying is actually true and not just.
That's what I was going to do. That's what I was doing. So let me do it again. I was saying, this is what I was saying. In 1892 on Earth, there was someone born in Ethiopia in Harar.
Oh, he ended up sitting. That's just going to be another claim. Prove that Halassi was actually the reincarnation of Jesus or the Messiah.
No, remember what my scripture said. Jesus said he's coming back as the Father. So now I'm telling you when it happened, right?
Well, no, Trending. You don't get to say that because there's no Bible verse that says that.
that
And
says, "Oh, I'm telling you."
also, we're not talking about Halasi apparently allegedly being the reincarnation of the Messiah. We're
You
asking
see,
about
I told
that
you.
Jesus of
I told
Nazareth
you
is
don't.
dead.
I told you to don't say anything just like that, but go ahead and look it up. But you still said something
Trending.
just like that. Very
Trending.
Trending.
I just looked it up. There's no Bible verse that says Jesus said, "I am the Father"
Okay.
or will be the Father.
No, he said, listen to the words, because when I saw it, I could remember the words, right? And I know they
Okay.
change up a lot of things. I don't know if the online versions are
Here.
saying this, but this is what the Bible
Jesus,
said, right?
Here, watch.
It said
Here, watch. Bible verse.
the same thing that I said is what it said.
Bible verse. Okay, I'm gonna put in quotations. Tell me what Jesus said, and we'll see if it's anywhere in the Bible.
He said, "I will return as the Father."
I will return as the Father. All right, let's see.
With the kingdom.
All I got here is John 16:28, where Jesus says, "Yes, I come from the Father into the world." But there's no Bible verse that says, "I am the Father" or I will return
No, not
as
I
the Father.
am.
I will
Yes.
return as the Father. There's no Bible verse that says that.
As I will return as the Father.
I will return as the Father. No Bible verse that says that. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what it's saying online. But like I said, I didn't get it online. This was like I read it out of the
Well,
Dalton,
here,
it replace the word father with daddy. Maybe that's what we're getting confused on.
I will return as the daddy. Yeah. So here's the thing.
No, as the
trending,
Father. It said,
trending. I've read the Gospels multiple times. I read them probably the most of any books of the Bible. Not once does Jesus ever say, "I will return as the Father." That's not in the Bible.
You read it online or you had the physical book?
Both.
Oh, well, I know what I read though, so I was just telling you exactly what.
But fun fact, I don't know if you were aware of this, but the Bible's on the internet. If I have a King James Version Bible on the internet and I have a King James Version Bible and a physical copy, they say the same exact goddamn thing.
See, the problem is trending is that I read one time that the Bible said, "Zaddy, spank me harder." I just can't remember where I read it, but I definitely read it one of these times. I can't tell you where though, so
Right.
you're just gonna have to trust me, bro.
I understand, man. I understand. But you know, I was telling you the exact place where he said it. That was the same time when he was going up and everyone was looking up. It was a time like that when he was telling them,
"All right,
I will return."
Let's take a look at all the
as
Gospels.
The Father.
Let's take a look at all the Gospels then. At the ending of the Gospels, we'll start with Matthew. Then we'll go to Mark doesn't have a part where Jesus ascends. It ends with the empty tomb. So we'll go to Matthew. We'll go to Luke, and then we'll go to John, and we'll see if it ever says what you're claiming it says. So we'll start here, and I'll pull it up on the screen. I'll pull it up on the screen.
I recall reading it. You know when they have his words in red, like when he's speaking.
Matthew 28. That's the last chapter of the book of Matthew. I stepped in right here. Matthew 28.
So the words I could remember the words very good. I will return as the Father with the kingdom to sit on the throne.
All right, now here are the last words of Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew. Let's see if he says that. Now the 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountains to which Jesus had directed them. When they saw him, they worshipped him, and they doubted. And Jesus came and said to them, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything that I have commanded you. And remember, I am with you always to the end of the age." So, not in Matthew. And Mark doesn't have an ascension story. Mark ends with the empty tomb. So we'll go to Luke. Let's see the last chapter. Oh, what's the last chapter of Luke? Let's see. Luke 24. All right, Luke 24. Let's see how Luke 24 ends. Let's see if Jesus says, "I am the Father," or whatever. Let's see. Then he said to them, "These are my words that I have spoken to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms must be fulfilled." They opened their minds to understand the scriptures, and he said to them, "Thus it is written that the Messiah is to suffer and rise from the dead on the third day, and that repentance and forgiveness of sins is to be proclaimed in his name to all nations. Beginning from Jerusalem, you are witnesses of these things. And see, I am sending upon you what my Father promised. So stay here in the city until you have been clothed with power on high." Then he led them to Bethany, and doesn't speak at all for the rest of the book. So let's go to
What's
John
the
and see.
citation? What's the citation for that 46 verse? Thus it is written.
For what?
Well, it seems that Jesus is quoting something from the Hebrew Bible. I'm just curious.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me see. This is written. The Messiah is to the Messiah. Let's see. Or the Christ is. Other ancient authorities read written, and thus it was necessary for the Messiah. But there's no citation. There's no
So
citation.
Jesus is not actually citing any biblical text there.
Fun fact: no, he's not. Absolutely not.
That's amazing.
Okay, John 21. Let's see.
Kind of like what Trending's doing.
Yeah, crazy, isn't that? So to the end of John, we'll see if Jesus says anything about being the Father. This is the last gospel of Jesus saying things prior to his ascension into heaven. So let's see if he says it. Peter turned and saw the disciples whom Jesus loved following them. He was the one who had reclined next to Jesus at the supper. He said, "Lord, who is it that is going to betray you?" Wait, this is not the last chapter. Okay, let's see. Is it chapter? What is it? 24? How many chapters are in John? Or is this the last chapter? Am I right? No, I'm right. No, I'm right. I'm right. I was just misreading it. When Peter saw him, he said to Jesus, "Lord, what about him?" Jesus said to him, "If it is my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? Follow me." So the rumor spread among the brothers and sisters that the disciples would not die. Yet Jesus did not say to him that he would not die, but if it is my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? This is the site where Jesus doesn't speak for the rest of the chapter. So we just fact checked you. Not once on any of the Gospels where it talks about the ascension of Jesus, and he talks, does he ever say, "I will return as the Father"? Live.
I'm telling you, so this
fact check.
So this is what I'm telling you, right? You know, there were many times they will keep asking him, when will he return? I think this was in Matthew. There were many times they keep
asking. And not once does he say, "I will return as the Father." So
yeah, it's gotta be somewhere.
Here's I'm gonna put my foot down. This is a hard fast rule. You cannot use this as evidence until you bring up the actual Bible verse. Otherwise, just forget about it.
Okay, but I was trying to just give you the evidence about Jesus not being dead, though. Since
it doesn't help if you can't even cite the Bible verse.
I mean, not only that, like someone coming back and claiming to be Jesus isn't evidence. It's just another claim.
We have tons of people.
No, but suppose it's not a claim, and suppose it really is Jesus who is the person I'm telling you about as the Father.
There are tons of people who. There are tons.
I'm not going to presuppose that's true. I'm not going to grant you that.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
I know, but you know, the only reason I came here is just to let you know that. But it wasn't only about the Father I was going to tell you about. But it's true that Jesus is the same Father who came on earth already, so he is not dead. This one.
He's not. So by the way, this guy up here is an Australian fella who also claims to be Jesus reincarnated. He is just about as much Jesus as Halasi was. Now,
no, don't say that. Don't say that. You got to look into it.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again. This guy is as much Jesus as Halasi was. Halasi even told his own followers in his own lifetime, "Don't worship me," because he was a Christian and believed in Jesus of Nazareth. And he said, "Don't worship me," and you guys ended up worshiping him anyways.
Okay, so no. I know the truth, right? So there's the Father, but you know who sits on the right hand side of the Father?
No one, because Jesus is dead.
What you mean? Okay, because I was just gonna tell you a scripture I read also said, but I saw it as well, so I know, right?
Just another claim. You don't seem to know the difference between claims and evidence. You keep quoting the Bible to me as if that's evidence. It's not. That's just another claim.
Wait. That's the claim, but this is what I was asking you. Do you know that someone is going to sit on the right-hand side of the Father in the place of power? This is what they call it, in the place of power.
No.
You never heard that or read it? You never read that?
Nope.
But I read it.
No one actually, because what the problem here is that you're mistaking what it says in Psalm 110, where God says to King David, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool." But that's not literal. Like, David doesn't actually literally sit at God's right hand. The right hand is just a symbol of power. Like, you are sitting, being the right hand of someone means that you are the top person. You are their right hand. You are the power. you are their vassal. But no one ever actually sits at God's right hand. Jesus didn't because he's dead.
How is
Yeah,
it that
Raph?
Christians fully do not understand what the expectations of the Messiah are? Like, how is it that you have such a strong, like, will to claim that Jesus is the Messiah and have zero understanding of what the expectations of the Messiah are?
Oh, this is worse because not only is he a Christian, but he's specifically a Rastafarianism. So it's like he believes that not only was Jesus the Messiah, but that Halassi was somehow the reincarnation of
The
Jesus.
Father. Yeah, the same. But he always was, because remember, our
He
Father who
wasn't.
art in heaven.
I love Mary
Remember,
Lassie.
as it be in heaven, as the kingdom came on earth.
My dude,
You know that
trending,
the kingdom comes on earth.
trending. In the Gospels and in the New Testament, the Father and the Son are completely two distinct beings. They're not even interchangeable. They're not the same.
In a way, but still at the same time, one
Nope.
is an elect of one. So
Not
one
in-
is the
no, no.
same of one is the same copy of the next.
Nope.
Yeah, the Father is just as the Son, the same. That's why
No.
Jesus said they're the same.
The Father,
They're
the
one.
Father is. Jesus says the Father is greater than him.
Okay. But you know,
John
it's always good
10:38.
to it's always good to hear, but it's always good to know as well, right?
I know more about the Bible than you do.
Let-
Trending.
Let's
No, I'm
yeah,
not
it
com-
just it's always good to put away more bullshit in the bullshit books that I already own. We appreciate letting us know that other bullshit exists. I mean, Dalton already knew it, and I've heard of this, but our audience, I'm sure, is very grateful to learn about more bullshit.
But
Trending.
even if
That was very nice of you.
Even if Halassi really was Jesus, Halassi's dead.
as the
So Jesus
Oh
is dead.
wow,
still.
why are you gonna say? So I was telling you that was 1892. He was around in 1900s, right?
Yeah,
and
he's dead now, right?
And then we're here now. And what makes you think he's dead if he's not? Is what I'm asking you.
What's the evidence that Halassi is not dead?
Okay, if I told you I was Selassie, then why would you say that I'm dead if I'm not?
You're not. Oh, prove it. Prove to me that you're Halassi. Give me some. Show me your
If
birth
I told
certificate.
you that I'm
Show
Jesus,
me your birth.
if
Show me your birth certificate.
Okay.
Show me. Give me a genetic. Let's go find Halassi's DNA somewhere, and we'll compare it to yours. And if it matches up 1-to-1, then yeah, I'll believe you're Halassi.
Okay, so you gotta do that, but suppose the judgment day comes, which is the most important thing. No matter about who
There is no
is,
judgment
remember
day.
at the end of the day,
There is no judgment
you see
day.
that's. But I pray that you live as if there's one, so that you will.
No, I'm not gonna live as if some dickhead God is going to end up judging me. God doesn't. I don't give a shit if. Okay, first and foremost,
You
God
see,
doesn't get.
you don't
God
care.
does-
You
God-
don't care.
God doesn't get to fucking judge me. When God goes around telling people to rape children, to eat children, when God Himself impregnates a minor without her consent, and also I don't believe in your God, so I'm not gonna live my life as if your dickhead God is about to judge me. So can you prove that Halassi
And
is
about to
not
make
dead?
a move.
Prove that Halassi
Dude.
isn't dead.
Okay, I was telling you. Suppose I'm Jesus, I'm Selassie, and
I
I'm
don't
not
care.
dead, and I was both.
Prove that you're Halassi.
You'll see, but like, don't worry about that. The important.
See what ends up happening, guys, is that every time I push him on something, it ends up going further back. Like, prove that Jesus is dead. Well, Jesus became Halassi. Well, prove Halassi is dead. Well, now I'm Halassi. Prove that you're Halassi then. That's the ridiculousness that we have come to.
Guys, I'm actually
bad.
Moses. I'm
My bad.
actually Moses.
Oh yeah, and I'm
That's-
Elijah, which is why I'm
Yeah.
bringing that.
Okay, my
which is
bad.
why I'm
My bad.
bringing the fire in this live.
I'm burnt.
So, and you're burnt.
You know what happened is I was already gonna go, and then you were just going against it. You wasn't like. But anyway, you asked something. Let me try to answer. Let me answer the truth, and then this will be my truth. Okay?
Give me evidence that you're Halassi.
Okay. If you read in the Bible that tells you that the seals are being opened, right, which is the sixth seal I'm speaking about, and it tells you that no one was able to open the seventh seal. I'm telling you, the only one who can open it was the Lamb, who is Jesus Christ, the same one.
Where is the Lamb, and where is the location of the Lamb when he opens the seal? In the book of Revelation.
At that time, when they couldn't find him, he was, I guess, somewhere where they had taken him 2,000 years at the time after the cross.
No, in Revelation chapter 5 and 6 tells us that the Lamb stands before the throne of God in heaven. That's Jesus. So, you're not in heaven right now. You're on earth. So you're not opening up.
The kingdom
so
is
you're-
on earth.
So you're not opening up any seal, which is great. You would think that the Messiah of God would have good answers and not be a complete asshat on my live. But you know, that's doesn't seem to be what's happening here. So trending, prove that you are Halassi.
So didn't you know that when the one took the scroll from the one sitting on the throne, that's after they found him? When first they couldn't find no one, then he came and took the scroll from the one sitting.
What the fuck are you talking about?
When the seventh seal.
I'm convinced you don't know what you're talking about. The Book of Revelation has.
It took you this long, Dalton?
The Book of Revelation says that the John the Revelator is taken up into heaven in a vision where he sees Jesus, who he calls the Lamb, and Jesus is in heaven with the Father. They're not the same person; they're separate beings. Jesus takes the scroll from the Father and then starts to unfurl the seals, and then cataclysmic events happen on the earth. You're not that.
So you're saying this didn't happen yet? That's what you're saying, but I know who I am, and I know what's happening.
Well, you can say you know it all day, but I'm just convinced you're delusional at this point.
Okay, no problem. I'm not gonna judge you or scorn you, right? But I was saying it's nice talking to you, and do have a good time, man.
All right, Halassi. Halassi, is Timmy in the well, Halassi?
Yeah.
What is it, girl?
Say that.
Jesus Christ. Here, trending products thinks he's Halassi / Jesus / the Father. Man, that was wild. All right, Christians. Okay, I'm gonna read some super chats, but Christians out there on the internet. Hopefully some of y'all can be better examples for Jesus than the guy who thinks he is Jesus. And also the Muslim who thinks the Quran is true. So let's try it. Let's try it for a better representative out there.
Ask Steve here with the $5. Just tried a couple more times. More chatting got rejected again.
It might be. I mean, I've heard of Epstein being like censored in the TikTok chat and TikTok messages. So if YouTube's doing the same thing, I wouldn't be surprised. Which would be a wild thing. It's Haile Selassie, right? Yeah, and they call him so is it Selassie? I kept calling him Halassi. He never interrupted me.
It's Mango Lassie, actually.
What'd you say, Rabbi?
Oh, that's just his email address. Halassi is at yahoo.com.
Good.
Dave Mon with the $5. I love your biblical knowledge. Keep up the good work.
Isn't it crazy sad that all these Christians come up and they don't know the Bible at all, but I do as an atheist, which is wild. By the way, it looks like Herbie Shine, you didn't spell it correctly, so maybe that's how you just take the I and the E in that name, and then mix them, and then maybe I'll let you type whatever you were trying to say because it won't register.
Also, crummy time to be a Jewish person with the last name Epstein.
It's super unfortunate for anyone because I saw another individual whose last name was Epstein, and I was like, God, that is like it's like basically having a kid named Adolf. It's just
or Madoff.
Yeah,
and they rhyme.
Yeah, and they rhyme. Cesta says an atheist that was a good person goes to hell, and a Christian who essays someone goes to heaven. Yeah, that's because the God of the Bible. That's because the God of the New Testament, especially, isn't just. And we'll have a live, guys. I've been thinking about. So I really like this live topic, and I think I'm gonna start doing it to where like I'm gonna make several different backgrounds. That way, instead of doing the same live over and over again, we can like have different days that we rotate for different topics. I'm gonna do one about how how the father of Jesus is basically like unjust and evil. I'll do one over how Jesus was not the Messiah. This one, Jesus is dead, and then I'll have to come up with a fourth one, probably about how the Bible is unreliable or something like that. And we'll be running those lives. with different days, different topics. But right now for today, Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong, Christians. Come on up. Fertilizer, absolutely. There are a bunch of Schmittler family members in USA. They're not hate group members. Oh yeah, I know. There's one around today, and they all changed their last name because they're so utterly they despise the man so much that they're like they don't want to be associated with him, obviously. So they changed their last names. But yeah, but they're out there in the world for sure. What a horrible ancestry to have though. Sucks. What about Mr. Rogers? Someone just said Mr. Rogers just randomly. What about him? Let's see. Whose teachings are better than Jesus?
Maybe.
Oh, I see. It's a response to that.
Oh, I thought they were just saying it was a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Yeah. But we got our next guest, Leo. Leo, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation.
Hello, guys.
Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
What pronouns do you go by?
Just give me a sec. Repeat that again, please.
What pronouns? You have a lot of background noise. What pronouns do you
No,
go by?
I got. Well, my girlfriend calls me him.
He, him. All right, and then question number 3.
Could you turn off the amp? That's whatever is in the amp, or walk away from the amp, because it sounds like you're strumming a guitar.
Yeah, that sound.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go. Okay. What about now? Is okay?
Nope, still hear it. Is someone mowing or sawing something in the background?
No. This is the sound of what it means to be truly a man and not a faggot like you, bro. Okay.
A bass guitar?
Leo, you're basically you basically just told
we are working without.
You basically just told the entire audience that.
Listen, we work construction.
So you basically just told the entire audience.
Like people.
You basically just
like a midget person like you.
Another slur. All right. So we just use slurs now as Christians.
Yeah, I'm 5'9".
You're taller than me.
Second, taller than Ashlyn, first and foremost, and then secondly, you basically just told my entire audience that Jesus is dead. When you start slurring and acting like a big baby, you're basically telling the entire audience that Jesus is dead. Like, you don't have a good argument, so you had to act like a baby.
If the 200 plus viewers on here are thinking about becoming a Christian, that's what you have to look forward to for in your future, that you are going to slur and just be a horrible person. So rethink that maybe.
Well, so much for Leo. I was hoping to have a nice conversation with him, but then he acted crazy. So, it is what it is. Biscotti says they are doing God's work. Yeah, God goes around and slurs people too. That's God's work.
Derek says he's got to go, so bye.
Bye, Derek. All right. I don't think this person is a believer, but but we'll bring him up because we don't have anyone else up right now. Devout Heathen, I'm gonna ask you 3 questions, and then we can get to the meat and potato of the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And then, is Jesus dead?
Yes, but I actually had a question for you.
Yeah, okay. Welcome to the Bible Guy Show. What brings you up?
What's the difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus?
You can nail a picture of Jesus up more than once.
The picture only takes 1 nail to hang.
Ah, okay. I got where you were going with it, though. Yeah. That's good shit. Listen, guys. Jesus had the nails, but Thor brought the hammer. So W Thor, L Jesus.
Hell yeah. No, Dalton, big fan of yours and Justin's. I'm actually trying to start my own thing up, but I don't have enough followers to go live on this particular account yet. But
well, hey, everyone, if guys, just give Devout Heathen a follow, and then we can get them started on TikTok, everyone. So make sure you, real quick, just give him a quick follow, and hopefully
I dropped you a follow, Devout.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll start seeing.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I have Justin's cheat sheet and all that I like to reference.
Hell yeah, there you go. Power to you, my man. But I got more guests waiting in the comment section, so I'm just gonna
yeah, for sure. I just wanted to come up and tell you a joke and see if I get you to laugh or not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, you know what car does John the Baptist drive? What vehicle?
I don't know.
A 4Runner. There you go.
All right, well, I'll let you go, brother. Thanks for having me up.
Have a good day. This is for both of our jokes right here. All right.
I don't know why the YouTube chat is saying you're too quiet now. I've seen that multiple times.
Hopefully that fixes it. I don't know what to do. Okay. Rob DG. We're gonna bring up Rob. I'm blanking all of a sudden, but just so I can get a reminder, Rob, are you at least 18? What are your pronouns, and is Jesus dead?
Yeah,
I'm here. So are you at least 18? What are your pronouns, and is Jesus dead?
Yeah, I'm definitely over 18. My pronouns are he, him, and yeah, Jesus is dead. He's been dead for a while, actually.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure there's so many fucking Robs, surprisingly enough, on TikTok. I kind of get you all mixed up. It's kind of like that one Kevlar guy. I keep getting mixed up with the other Kevlar. What brings you back up to the live, Rob?
Oh, just I guess related to the topic. What do you think? Because I've seen on there's like this YouTube channel called I think it's called like Testify or something, like Testify Apologetics.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar.
I've seen it. I've seen the argument there, but like there's this I think there's this like general push by apologists like somewhat recently to try to argue for like an extremely early date for the Gospel of Mark. Like basically some of these people are like post-millennial or whatever as well, so they'll argue they're arguing that like the Gospel of Mark is like I don't know, like year 35 or something at the latest, or like the year 40 or something like that. And it's like, where are they getting this argument from?
Why is it that Paul never once quotes the Gospel of Mark? That's crazy. Like,
yeah, that's pretty interesting.
If the Gospels were written like right after Jesus was killed or right after Jesus was killed, why is it that we never get any of Paul, who is like, as far as we know, as far as the scholar consensus is concerned, his works are the earliest works, written around the 50s CE, late 40s, early 50s CE. How come we never get any quotation from the Gospels from Paul? And before anyone says the Last Supper scene, Paul explicitly states that he didn't read this anywhere, that he received this, vision. So like he never once quotes the Gospels. So I would say that is all the evidence one needs to really say that if the Gospels were around, Paul would have quoted them.
Yeah. Well, so one of their argument, and it's not really an argument, but it's like an accusation. They're trying to say, the reason why the reason why they say it's all post AD 70 is because they're trying to say like, this is an inbuilt secular assumption that like Jesus couldn't have made a real prophecy. So they'll say that like the supposed prophecy about the destruction of the temple, that the secular scholars are trying to argue that it happened before AD 70. And they're saying that like,
I would say that
they're saying that that's the only argument, and the reason anyone would argue that it's past AD 70 is because they think that Jesus couldn't have made a real prophecy.
Well, the reason that's definitely not the reason, because like a person could have just made that prediction without being prophetic in nature. So like the idea that oopsie,
yeah,
that
if some yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh no,
like,
I was just gonna say, if some like a Palestinian imam or something predicted that they were gonna destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque or something, like that wouldn't make him a prophet. If they later ended up doing that, or if a, you know, something actually happened, like if somebody predicted that you know, Germany would lose World War II, that wouldn't make them a prophet either. Or like, I don't know, something. Another example is Joseph Smith predicted the Civil War. Does that make him a prophet? Like,
right, exactly. Yeah, and like Jesus was living in the early first century at a time when there was a lot of hostility and tension between the Jewish people and the Romans. The temple had been destroyed before by the Jewish people's enemies. The idea that it might be destroyed again by the Jewish people's enemies would not be a huge like prediction on Jesus' part. I mean, Jesus gets prophecy wrong occasionally. He says that he's going to return before all the other disciples are dead. So like the idea that like we definitely don't need that assumption in order to come to the conclusion that the Gospels were written around 70, 80 AD. Mostly it's I think it's through like I think it's paleography is the name of the study where we study like how the type of Greek that's being used, the type of way in which it's written, kind of gives us indication as to when it was probably written.
I just want to say, it's atheist approved Matthew 19:18 in the YouTube chat says, even if Jesus not Messiah, he still wins the religion contest. What?
That's what you have to say when all other arguments fail. You just go, well, my guy's the most popular. Well, guess what? According to most stats, Islam will overtake Christianity by 2050. So, are you gonna be Muslim then? Jesus fucking Christ.
Is that the contest? Is that it? Well, I don't even know. Is that the contest we're having? Because like I don't know. I don't like Buddhism. You know, I don't like everything about it, but like, it wins the contest for me. You know.
I mean, I do like Jesus. I do like Jesus better than I like Muhammad. But I mean, I also like Jesus more than I like any of the Old Testament people if they actually existed. Like I like Jesus a lot more than I like Joshua. At least Jesus wasn't a mass unaliver.
Fair. Jesus is definitely better than God. So I disagree with Jesus on you know, the Father is greater than mine, but Jesus seemed to preach better things than God did.
Yeah, it's. I think he's meaning popularity contest, like what's the most popular, and that's literally just the argument ad populum, which is a logical fallacy. So Matthew, whatever your name is, congratulations on basically just being fallacious. TikTok erased every notification of who is live. That's wild. But anyways, yeah. So scholars have other methods for coming to that later conclusion than just Jesus. The idea that the temple destruction is a prophecy ex eventu. The reference to Rabbi.
And whenever they, so I'm just saying, like whenever Christian apologists make this argument, they usually make the argument in the form of like a Wojak meme where they're showing the atheist, I don't know, scholar or something. He's like, you know, seething and coping, like, no, it couldn't have been written before AD 70. And then they have like the Chad Jesus being like, yeah, I made a prophecy. It's like, great argument there, bud.
Yeah, that's really cringe Christian attempt at humor. But like also the fact that the New Testament uses the term rabbi for Jesus, even though that's a later clerical title, is also another indicator that it wasn't like they wouldn't have been like calling him, like there's no institutionalized rabbinical system in the early 1st century CE. So like using the title rabbi for Jesus is just anachronistic for the Gospel of John. That's another thing. Also, the fact that Jesus uses puns in Greek, even though Jesus would have spoken Aramaic, it doesn't make any sense. So like, yeah.
And then also even if like, because I don't like read Greek, right? Like I don't know the Greek grammar. Like I'm not like a scholar, but like one very like obvious, even though you don't know when Mark is written, it's still pretty obvious that Mark was written first.
Yeah,
like that
absolutely.
should be. because it's very clear. I mean, you could go, because I know there's the theory that like Mark is just a redacted version of Matthew, which is, I guess, like the Augustinian hypothesis. But like, why would you need to make like a redacted gospel? Like,
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
is it like the Cliff Notes of Matthew or something? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, he was writing a book report on the Gospel of Matthew.
It's like Matthew's like the Blu-ray. It's like Mark is the theatrical release, and Matthew is like the Blu-ray with all the deleted scenes.
Absolutely. Ra, hey, thank you for coming up, and that was a good question. And now you have your answer. But you have a wonderful day, bud.
Yeah, I'll get off so you can ask some other people. See ya.
All right, I'm gonna end the TikTok stream real quick and then start it back up so we can get some fresh opposition in here. And everyone in the here, go ahead and end the live real quick. And then everyone on YouTube, if you could send more super chats. Remember, we can't do this live without your help. And all the super chats you send are much, much, much appreciated. Or Cash App / PayPal is appreciated as well. And let's get some more and we hopefully can get some more opposition here. All right, let's see. First guest on the board, Ashland. Welcome back.
Jesus is alive. He's in me all the time.
Oh God. Is God
it's
your
what
climax?
I named my butt plug. God is my climax.
Let's see. Oh, YouTube Punk. Thank you for in the YouTube section, look, YouTube Punk just sent a link to Dan McClellan's book. So there you go. Which book did you send a link to? Oh, the Yahweh's Divine Images. Good. That's a good one. Vexen says they sure to come a lot in the Bible as you read it. They sure to come in a lot of the Bible as you read it. What? Cafe says this Christ is strong in Ashland. There is many ways to climb that spiritual mountain. Find your path and go for it. JPass says, you mocking the dead, not very nice, lipstick warrior. Wait, JPass saying that mocking the dead. Are you basically saying that Jesus is dead then? If so, then yeah. All right. Another super chat here.
At Oppo White with the $4.99. Can you go over Luke 8:59-56? Is there an ancient belief that bodies could still be alive, even without their spirit being in them?
Let's take a look. Luke chapter 8, verses 59. Let's see. I'm on Luke 8, and it only goes to verse 56. Why? My version of Luke only goes to verse 56. You said, did you mean 49 to 56? Maybe that's what you meant. All right. While he was speaking, someone came from the synagogue leader's house to say, your daughter is dead. Do not trouble the teacher any longer. When Jesus heard this, he replied, do not be afraid, only believe and she will be saved. When he came to the house, he did not allow anyone to enter with him, except Peter, John, and James, and the child's father and mother. Everyone was weeping and grieving for her, but he said, do not cry, for she is not dead, but sleeping. And they laughed at him, knowing that she was dead. But taking her by the hand, he called out, child, get up. Her spirit returned, and she stood up at once, and he directed them to give her something to eat. Her parents were astounded, but he ordered them to tell no one what happened. So no, what's happening here, Oppo? What's happening here is, first and foremost, that in the Hebrew Bible, death is referred to as sleep. Why? Because when you sleep, you lie down, you close your eyes, and you remain somewhat motionless. You look dead. But sleep is temporary. And the belief amongst first century Jews was that death was temporary, and that it would be, one day there would be a resurrection of the dead where everyone would come back to life. So death is referred to figuratively as a sleep. Jesus speaks to her because he has authority to, like in the way that he speaks to the wind and the waves and they stop. He speaks to her dead corpse and says, little girl, rise up. And that's when her spirit returns to her. It's not that she's still alive, even though her spirit's not in her. She is dead in the story. He just speaks to her and to her corpse, and her spirit returns and she gets resurrected from the dead. So no, there's not a belief that bodies could still be alive even without the spirit in them. This is just that Jesus is speaking to a corpse, and whatever he speaks comes to pass because he's been given authority by God to do that. So hopefully that was a good enough. That was a good answer for her. Her spirit returned from where? Well, at the time, Jewish people would have believed that the righteous went both the wicked and the righteous both went to Sheol, but well, actually, no, that's earlier. They believe that righteous people were in Gan Eden, which is the Garden of Eden, and that the Garden of Eden was in one of the 7 layers of the heavens. That's where the righteous were. This was the cosmology of Jewish people in the 1st century CE. So he's recalling her from Gan Eden, from the celestial Garden of Eden. Paradise, another word would be for it. Happy to help, Alpha. Try and make a family be happy. I know deep down you're angry and sad, not Jesus' fault. I make lots of families happy. Lots of families watch me, and they enjoy the show. And do I look angry right now? What? Y'all keep saying you're angry. Do y'all know what the word angry means? I'm confused. Do Christians just have a different definition of what angry is? Do they think that questioning others' beliefs makes one angry? I don't know. I think it's just you have a shit argument. Oh, cafe. Ugh, gross cafe. No one gives a shit about your whatever you think about consciousness and parentalism. Fuck off of that. You know, I said make your own family. The way you talk about Jesus, you seem very hateful towards a religion. I love my family. I make them happy all the time. They're not happy about the fact that I'm an atheist, but like, oh well. Not my job to please every single person. Certainly not Christians. Also, do I hate Christianity? Depends on the version of Christianity. Some Christians of Christianity are more progressive and therefore less harmful, but there are some versions of Christianity which are very harmful, and I do hate those ones. The homophobic ones, for example.
How is this? I don't hate Christianity. I hate the ideas within Christianity, like misogyny and pro-slavery and different ideas of hell and all of these things within it. Like if Christianity didn't contain those things, maybe, but I also don't like beliefs without justification. I think that that's like harmful in and of itself.
All right, we got our next guest here, Supernatural Faith. Supernatural Faith, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old? Question number 2, what are your pronouns? And question number 3, is Jesus dead?
28. Pronouns is he, him, and I don't believe Jesus is dead. He did die, though.
All right, Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Well, I mean, I could be wrong, but maybe his body died, but his soul went to heaven. I don't know.
Jesus didn't have a soul.
Okay. I mean, that's what you say. Yes, he didn't have a soul, according to you.
Yeah,
but I believe he had a soul. I mean, well, I do believe.
Even if he had a soul, he's still dead. Even if that was true, which I don't think is true. I don't think you have any evidence for soul. Even if he had a soul, he's dead. He's worm food.
Okay. I have a question too. So, how long you been atheist?
Wait, are you gonna react to what I just said?
Oh, are we still on that same question?
Yes.
Oh, I said Jesus is not dead.
All right, prove it.
Well, I mean, you may not underbelieve me, but it's like, I mean, I read some scriptures and I don't know, bro. It's like when I read it, it's like he told us, he just like, according to the Bible, it was like he rose from the dead, died for for us and stuff like that.
So why should we believe why should we believe the Bible's claim?
Well, because I think that, okay, even though it could contradict itself, yes, it was written by men, of course, but I believe there is history behind it, and I do believe that it's a possibility either he was a god or he wasn't a god. It's just a history. It's like a history book, like telling you what happened, what he did during his times, and
Okay,
stuff like that.
what's the evidence that what the Bible says is true, that Jesus didn't, that he died and that he came back to life?
Well, not only he came back to life, like it said, he rose from the dead on the third day,
Yeah, what's the evidence for that?
and well, it's okay. It's not like it's evidence, but it's not. It may not make sense because I think when I read the Bible, it
Well,
says people
you're
witnessed it
you're
that he rose
you're
from the dead. So
you're half right. It's not evidence, that's for sure. Um, but
yeah. So it's not okay. I was like, it's not evidence because it's like we haven't seen it before. But the people, but when they claim someone saw it, doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It's just a matter of faith. And even me as a Christian, bro, like I'm not going to prove that he rose from the dead because I don't got any evidence. It's just a matter if I believe or not, and that's what Christians want you to.
Well,
Sometimes, yeah.
So I care about what's true. Do you think faith is a good way of getting to the truth?
I mean, for some people, but I don't know.
So it's not reliable.
How? Wait, for some people? I don't understand that. Like some people can have faith and get to the truth, or like
you can. I guess I think so. You can. It's like as long as you believe, like
Which
sounds people?
Like, yeah, it sounds like faith's not a very good mechanism for getting to the truth if it's so shoddy.
I mean, well, so you saying faith is lack of proof?
Yeah, faith is if you don't have evidence, if you don't have proof or evidence for what you believe, that's when you have faith. And I want to believe true things, and truth is that which comports to reality. And in order to believe something is true, you have to give me evidence. I can't just do it off faith. That's how you get. Faith is gullibility. Faith is how you get convinced to believe in things that aren't true, and I don't want to believe in things that aren't true.
I mean, yeah, you're right. But I mean, so okay, I don't really have like, I'm not really an expert on evidence like Jesus' existence, but I
think
I
Jesus
know you need me to
existed.
prove.
I think Jesus existed. I think Jesus existed. He's just
Can you
dead.
prove that? No, prove to me that he exists. Like
Yeah,
I proved to you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I proved to you like that.
Josephus writes about the death of James, the brother of Jesus. You don't have brother of people that don't exist. So you and I both agree Jesus of Nazareth existed as a person, and he was killed. The difference is I'm just not convinced that he's alive still, that he came back from the dead.
So you believe he died on a cross?
Yep, he took a huge L from the Romans, and that is the end of his story.
But what if that could be fake? What if you could be lying? Because there's a lot. I'm not like
Wait,
making it.
are you arguing against the crucifixion now as a Christian?
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying. I know a lot of.
Let's not supernatural faith. Let's not waste time on things that you and I both already agree on. You and I both agree that Jesus existed and that Jesus died on the cross. So we don't need to talk about that. We both agree on it. It's a complete waste of our time. The difference here is that you think he's not dead still. I think he is still dead. I need you to give me a good reason to think that he's not still dead.
I mean, well, I believe. I mean,
C-Dot Apologetics, you get to come up next after this guest is done.
Okay. Okay. So you want me to prove to you that he's not dead, right?
Yes, that's.
I'm gonna try my best. Okay. I'm gonna try my best. I'm not really good at it, but I'm gonna try my best. According to the scripture, like I said, and then yeah, you don't have to believe it, but according to the scripture, he died, rose again on the third day, and I just look at that like that.
All right. Well, that's a claim. What's the evidence that claim is
true? It's a claim, but listen. Even though that claim could be wrong, it could be wrong, but I just believe that it happened. I could be wrong, but I just believe it happened.
That's nothing. That's no different than a Muslim. That's no different than a Muslim saying to me that Muhammad rode to heaven on a flying donkey because the Quran said so. No, it's not different. I believe something because the Bible.
Oh,
because
go
a
ahead.
book told me so.
Well, the book told you that Jesus existed.
Yeah,
I believe he existed.
So
But
if we're just gonna believe things because a book said so, then I'm gonna end up believing all kinds of contradictory claims.
I mean, yeah. Well, like I said, I think that's all I had to say. Like, okay, the only way I can prove you that he's not dead is according to the Bible that he did die. He did die.
That's
But
not a good reason to believe something.
I
You
know,
don't
but I
have
mean, I'm not really good at proving.
Yeah, but you don't have
I
a
can
good
admit I'm
reason.
not really. Yeah.
You believe that Jesus isn't dead, but you have no good reason not to think so.
He was, like I said, he did die. He did die.
Yes, and he's still dead.
And when
And you
people,
have
and
no
so you
and
say,
you have no good reason to think otherwise. That's what I'm getting from this conversation.
so you saying if he's dead, he can't hear my prayers, right?
Yeah, because dead people can't hear you talking to them.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to let you get somebody else up here. I mean, I'm glad I'm talking to you. I tried my best though
All right.
to
Well,
explain it.
have a good day, Supernatural Faith.
Yep. You sure?
Basically, just conceded that he didn't have a good
Nice
reason.
enough person. At least they're willing to admit that, you know, and I mean, I will give them props for that, but as far as the evidence goes,
Yeah. All right, we'll bring up C. Apologetics official. C. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. You have to answer all 3 of these questions in order to have a conversation with me. So, question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah, I am.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And then question number 3: is Jesus dead?
In the sense that his flesh was separated from his soul, yeah, sure. He died.
Right.
I mean, I'll say that.
C.
Is that
How
like
old
an
are
internal
you?
critique?
Hold on, how old are you, C.
I'm 25.
When were you born?
2000.
Okay. I don't know. They just sound young.
Just to clear it up, yeah, I have like a Ben Shapiro voice. It's very light, so I get questioned about it a lot.
Right.
So is that going to be like an internal critique or something?
Well, I don't have any reason to think Jesus is dead. Like internal, external, like there's no good evidence to
I mean, like,
hold to the belief that Jesus is dead.
Yeah, your bio says you're just a guy who likes to talk about the Bible. So, I mean, you want to talk about the Bible?
Yeah, the Bible doesn't give us good evidence for Jesus not being dead, but you're more than welcome to try.
What? Like, so wait, hold on. I just want to steelman you. You're saying that the Bible doesn't talk about Jesus' resurrection or anything, right?
No, it does. It just the evidence it gives for the resurrection is not very good.
Okay, so why did you just say that the Bible doesn't have like a good coverage of his death and resurrection? Like, I don't understand.
I didn't say that. I said that it doesn't have good evidence for his resurrection.
Okay. Good thing we cleared that up. So you want like an outside source?
Yeah, anything that demonstrates that Jesus was at one point dead, and then he wasn't dead.
Okay, I mean, like, didn't even Josephus reference that the Christians?
You're far away. What'd you do?
Are you talking about Book 18?
Well, one second. I can't.
Sorry, I got a call.
Oh yeah, C. You're. I don't know what happened to your mic, but it sounds like you're 10 feet away from your phone.
Can you hear me now?
It's still the same.
I hope you can hear me now.
Here, drop down and then come back up, and hopefully that'll fix it. Like drop down, come back up, because that call fucked up your whole mic system. Here, just give him a second to come back. Oh. Let's give him a second. He might have just closed the entire app, so let's just wait for a second. Oh, all right. We're not in a Christian country, JPass. Although the way that Trump's running it, it's like becoming that, but we weren't founded as a Christian country. How long do you think we should wait before we see whether or not he's going to come back? I'll wait 2 more minutes, and if he doesn't return, then OMG, you lot live in a Christian country? No, the fuck I do not. I live in a secular country. I don't live in England. I live in America. Now, America is a secular country.
Unless you mean by a Christian country that a majority of our population is Christian, that could be plausible. But as far as like our constitution is secular itself, that's why that we have a separation of government and religion. I don't know what's more clear than that, and also in like the Treaty of Tripoli, specifically, it was written that and declared that we were not a Christian nation.
All right, C. Dot, welcome back. Anyways, yeah, what evidence do you have that Jesus isn't dead?
Yeah, so I mean, like, doesn't even Josephus talk about the Christians and how
your mic is
still bad away, and in like did you switch to Bluetooth or some sort of headphones, C. Dot?
Yeah, hold on, I just turned off my AirPods.
Okay, yeah,
Can you not hear me?
No.
It's just
faint.
far away.
My audience.
I mean, I'm sorry. I guess I'll have to go down for now. Like, I don't know how to fix it.
If you just turn off maybe try turning off your Bluetooth and going back to your phone speaker and then putting your mouth up to your. You just did that and it's still far away? Oh.
Yeah, that phone call fucked you up. Sorry about that. I guess you just come back later, I guess, whenever you get that situation figured out. But
I'm just gonna try something.
All right. We're gonna bring up Thomas J. Wilson, and then hopefully CDOT will figure out what's going on with him. Thomas J. Wilson, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions. So, question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Well, I sure hope so.
All right. Question number 2: what are your pronouns?
I'm a him.
All right. And then question number 3: what do you think Jesus is dead?
No, he's resurrected.
All right. Thomas, he, him. I'm Dalton the Bible guy.
I've got scripture to back that up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to be questioning the scripture. But anyways, I'm Dalton the Bible guy. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong. You can bring me scripture, but I'm going to question the scriptures.
Okay, you can, because it don't contradict itself. We're looking in Matthew 28, verse 1 through 10.
To be clear, you're saying that all the gospel accounts on resurrection, not one of them contradict each other? That's what you're meaning by that statement?
What I'm saying is the Bible is very truthful.
Here, I have a question for you, Thomas. When the women approached the tomb, was the stone rolled away before or after they approached the tomb?
It was rolled away.
Rolled away. So it was. So that's true if you're reading one gospel. Another gospel says that it wasn't rolled away, and that once they approached the tomb, then an angel appeared and rolled away the tomb.
Okay, what gospel was that?
Yeah, let's take a look at the gospels real quick, and we'll pull it up on the screen so that there's no confusion. We'll start with the first gospel, being the Gospel of Mark. Let's see. Mark chapter 16 is the beginning of the resurrection story. Let's see. Mark 16.
It says right here, it says an angel answered and said unto the women,
one
fear
second.
ye.
1 second, bud. We'll get to that in a second. Here, we're going to start with Mark 16. Mark is the oldest gospel. So, when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. They had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone for us from the entrance to the tomb? When they looked up, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had already been rolled back. So, in this gospel, Is the stone
right.
already rolled away when they get there?
It's already rolled back. He
All
ain't
right.
there.
Now we're gonna go to Matthew, chapter. I believe it's chapter 28.
It's 28. It's 28.
After the Sabbath, as the first day of the week was dawning, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to see the tomb. And suddenly there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord ascended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothing was as snow. For fear of him, the guard shook and became like dead men. But the angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid." So when the women approach the tomb here, is it already rolled away, or do they approach it and then it gets rolled away?
It's already rolled away.
No, it's not rolled away already. They approach it.
Yes,
they
it
approach
is.
No, here I'll read.
There is too much scripture in the Bible saying it was rolled away by the time they got there. Mary Magdalene.
After the Sabbath, as the first day of the week was dawning, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to see the tomb. And suddenly there was an earthquake. So they went to go see the tomb. And then there's an earthquake. What happens after the earthquake?
The stone rolled away.
Yeah, so they approached the tomb. It's still closed.
Exactly.
Then
they approached it.
Yeah, so it was still closed when they approached the tomb. And then they saw it get rolled away by an angel.
It says they approached. That don't mean that they was there before it got rolled away.
No, that's
it
what
got
it means
rolled
to approach
away
the tomb.
because when they went into the tomb, he was already gone.
Yes, because they see it happen. They see the angel rolling it away.
Well, all I got to tell you is Jesus got crucified.
Crucified?
Jesus. Yeah, he was crucified.
Yeah, so again, I don't trust the Gospels to tell us the truth about Jesus because the Gospels can't even get the date of Jesus's birth correct. Like they get like a whole decade off. They can't even agree. They can't agree as to what day he was crucified, at what time of day he was crucified. The Gospels aren't reliable accounts for jack shit. Also, who's the first person that Jesus appeared to after the resurrection?
Mary Magdalene.
All right. If I go to if I go to Paul's writings, and when Paul talks about Jesus's resurrection and the people that Jesus appeared to, who's the first person that Paul's going to say Jesus appeared to?
Mary Magdalene.
All right, let's take a look at that. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, and we'll see who the first person that Paul says Jesus appeared to.
Okay, where are you reading this from? What?
1 Corinthians chapter 15.
Is it King James Version?
It says this here. Just for you, I'll go to the King James Version Bible because it says the same exact shit.
Okay.
Although the King James Bible isn't worth the paper it's printed on. It's mostly good for like toilet paper. So we're gonna go to.
It's the most sufficient Bible. Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. As a speaker of Hebrew, it's not. It gets Hebrew wrong all the time.
Well,
I'm sorry, but the King James Version's a shit Bible. But we'll get to that next if you want to. I'll tear up the King James Version Bible for you after this is over. Okay.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so let's see who Paul says the first person that Jesus appeared to then was. We'll start in verse 3. For I delivered unto you, first of all, that which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and he was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the Scriptures, and that he was seen of. Who's the first person he names that Jesus appeared to? Is it Mary Magdalene?
That's why you use the King James Version.
This is the King James Version.
This is the King James Version.
Thomas, I don't think you know your Bible very well.
Listen, I know it good enough, but I got saved.
I don't care. So Paul gives us a list of people that Jesus appeared to in order. He starts with this individual and ends with himself. Is the first person that he mentions Mary Magdalene here? Note, this is the King James Version Bible. According to Paul, who's the first person that Jesus appeared to?
I like how you all used to take away my microphone because you know I'm telling the truth.
You're not. You're
Take it
full of
away
shit.
again.
So
Take it away
Thomas,
again.
Thomas, stop
Thomas,
pivoting.
we
Pivoting.
literally have the evidence. We're showing this to literally everyone. Everyone can look at the screen and see that what you're saying isn't true. How is it that you
true.
have no? We literally have the evidence on the screen.
That's not enough evidence.
Thomas, according Thomas, let's see how smart you are. Let's see if you have reading comprehension. According to Paul,
There you go again, doing it again.
I'll keep doing it. According to Paul, in 1 Corinthians 15, who is the first person that Jesus appears to? It's right here on screen, so you are without excuse. And this is the King James Version Bible. So according to Paul, here in 1 Corinthians 15, who is the first person that Jesus appeared to? Let's see if he deflects or if he's going to answer the question. We're waiting, Thomas.
Well, if you would unmute me, I probably would tell you.
Blah, blah.
But you keep on
Go ahead.
muting me because
Here.
I'm all truth and you're all bark, no bite. You're all bark, no bite. And I pray to God that you find Jesus.
You ready to answer the question? And trust me, I'm all bite.
I'm-
Asking my exes. I bite a lot. So, who according
I
to
hope you find Jesus soon.
I've met lots of Jesuses. I got a neighbor named Jesus. But anyways, according to this passage in
Oh,
Paul,
that's how
according to Paul, who is the first person that Jesus appeared to?
Mary Magdalene.
Well, no, here, it's on the screen, Thomas. Wait, Thomas, are you revealing to us right now, here on the live, that you don't know how to read? That you're illiterate?
Well, I'm 50-year-old and I'm elder to you, so you should respect me.
First and foremost,
That's not how it works.
Yeah, you don't get respect just for being an old fuck. Okay, now Thomas, can you read?
I've got
Yes
way
or no?
more knowledge than you do.
I know you don't.
You're ignorant.
Here,
You're
Thomas,
ignorant.
Thomas, can you say Jesus Christ in Hebrew and Greek?
I mean, you're just plumb ignorant. That's all I can say about it.
Thomas, can you say the name Jesus Christ in Hebrew and Greek? Like, if you're gonna really sit here and claim that you're more knowledgeable in the Bible than me, I'm gonna fucking put that to the test. But first and foremost, before we even get to the Hebrew Greek thing, I need you to show us that you can actually read, because it looks like you can't read, and you're attempting to like deflect so that you're not forced to sit here and read on the.
Thomas,
let me read out of my Bible, okay?
Okay,
Thomas,
go.
Yeah, fine. Open up your
Is
King
it-
James Version Bible.
Thomas,
Turn to-
if
In
you
the
can't
end of the
see-
Sabbath.
No. Go. What? You're in Acts, right? Acts 15:5. Dalton.
No, he's in Matthew 28. We're in 1 Corinthians 15, Thomas. Keep up.
Oh, you're in
First, we're asking what Paul says. Open 1 Corinthians, turn to chapter 15, Thomas. And I want you to read the first 5 verses to us of 1 Corinthians 15, and we'll see, according to Paul, who the first person that Jesus appeared to was. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, I like how you use bad language.
I don't give Jesus fucking Christ. No one gives a goddamn what words I use. I'm an adult. Now, are you going to keep deflecting? Are you? I don't give a shit. Thomas, are you going to keep deflecting, or are you going to read your fucking book?
Listen, when you're saved, you're changed.
The only thing I want to listen to is you reading 1 Corinthians 15 verses 1 through 5. If you don't do it, I'm just. You either read the.
Kick me off. I don't care.
Thomas, you're just. I'm not going to kick you off. Thomas, you're just showing everyone that you're scared to read the Bible because you're afraid
I'm not
of being
scared. You're scared because
then read 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 5, Thomas, you coward. Do it. You can, by the way, even if you refuse, even if you refuse to
I'll tell
read
you
it,
what I'll do.
even if you refuse to read it, guess what? It's on the screen. My entire audience can read it right now and see that you're full of shit.
Let me read what I want to read when I first
Nope.
come on.
You don't get to dictate how the slide goes.
Where do liars go according to the Bible, Dalton?
You go to hell. They go to hell, and Thomas is a liar.
Oh.
So, so Thomas, I'll give you one. I'll give you
I'll just
another
read what the
opportunity.
Bible says.
Yeah, read 1 Corinthians 15.
You go ahead and read it for me. How about that?
I already read it for you, Thomas, but you were too stupid and you weren't listening. So I'll do it again. I'll do it one more time, and we'll test your, because I guess you can't read, so we'll test your hearing ability, and we'll see if you can hear. Again, this is the King James Version Bible I'm reading. We'll see who Paul says. We'll see who. Yes, thank you for admitting that. Yes, we will see who Paul says Jesus is the first person to appear to. Let's see. Moreover, brethren, I declared unto you the gospel which I preached unto you, which also ye have received. See, it's King James, yeehaw. And wherein ye stand, by which also ye are saved, if ye keep in memory what I preached unto you, unless ye have believed in vain. For I delivered unto you first of all that which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the scriptures, and that he was seen of Cephas, then to the 12, and after that, seen of 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remain unto this present, but some are fallen asleep. After that, he was seen of James, and then of all the apostles, and last of all, he was seen of me also as one born out of due time. So, in this list of all the people that Jesus appeared to, who is the first person that, according to Paul, Jesus appeared to?
Well, the thing about it is, you're saying this other person, but listen, still in the end, he was still sane.
Wait, this other person. Do you know who Cephas is?
I was wondering if you knew who Cephas was.
Yeah, let's test this real quick.
Thomas, who's Cephas?
In the comment section, don't write the answer. Thomas, who is Cephas?
He was the king.
He was the what?
He was a king, like Caesar.
No. Thomas.
I'm sorry, I can't help laughing.
Thomas. Cephas.
Listen, I'm just having fun with you.
No, you're not. You're being real. You
Yeah.
can.
No. Here, okay, fine. Thomas, then say who Cephas really is.
He Googled it.
No, because you said I was dumb. I've got to play dumb. Okay.
Thomas, who's Cephas? Who's Cephas?
Liars go to heaven or go to hell. They don't go to heaven. Thomas, according to your book. Remember that.
No, but listen, God.
Who's Cephas?
He sent his son.
Who's Cephas?
Can I talk, please?
No, who's Cephas? Who's Cephas? Tell me.
Listen, can I talk?
Who's Cephas? Yeah, the next thing you talk about is going to be who is Cephas.
I'll answer your question after I answer my question.
Nope, you get to answer mine first, then you get to ask a question. So who's Cephas?
Okay.
He's stalling for time. He's stalling for time.
You ain't going to listen.
Who's Cephas?
No, I ain't stalling for time.
Who's Cephas?
Cephas?
Yes.
Cephas?
Yes, who's Cephas?
Cephas?
And who is that? Cephas has another name in the Bible. Who is Cephas?
Pretty famous name.
Yeah, tell me who it is then.
You don't know?
See how smart you are.
It's Peter. It's Peter. It's Simon Peter. Cephas is the Aramaic form of Peter's name. Jesus fuck.
But listen to me. At least he was saying that he rose.
I don't care about that.
Is this a pivot? This feels a lot like a pivot. Like at first you said there was no contradictions, and I clarified that with you, and you said the Bible only tells truths. And now that we've brought it forth that Corinthians and the Gospels contradict each other on who saw the excuse me, the stone rolling away. And now you're saying it's different. So Thomas, why is it now that your story's changed? Now you're saying, well, people saw it, so that's all that matters.
No, Mary Magdalene saw it, and she was
Nope.
a woman.
Not
And
not
back in them
no,
days,
no, 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 no,
they
no, no,
didn't
no,
use.
no, no, Thomas. What does Paul say? What does Paul say is the first person to say
I
Jesus?
mean, that's what Paul says. I just know what I believe.
Oh, you don't care what Paul says, then let's just I don't care what the Gospel of Matthew says. You don't care what Paul says, I don't care what anyone of them say.
Matthew says Mary Magdalene.
And Paul says Peter. Now what?
Well, it's Mary Magdalene because they didn't use
Peter.
women back then.
It's Peter, according to Paul. It's Peter.
Okay, let's okay. Explain to me. I say Mary Magdalene. You say Peter.
Yeah, that's what Paul said.
But listen, therefore, he was seen. The tomb was rolled away. He had.
Oh, wait. Where does Paul ever mention a tomb?
He was in a tomb. They've got proof of it. No.
My question was, where does Paul ever mention an empty tomb?
I don't know about Paul, but I know Mary Magdalene did.
Well, yeah, but again, the Gospels disagree with Paul.
I'm sorry.
And also, where's Jesus' tomb? Because there's like 3 of them over in the Middle East that they all claim belong to Jesus. Which one is actually Jesus' tomb, and how do you know it's Jesus' tomb?
I don't know which one it was because I've not been over to see it, but I know he was in a tomb.
You know, well, no, you don't know that. You believe that.
Yes, I do, because the scripture tells it.
Well, no, well, the Bible says so. That's a good argument for you because the scriptures also say that Peter was the first person. The Bible also says that Peter was the first person that Jesus appeared to, but you don't believe that.
No, it's Mary Magdalene. There's too much scripture.
Here, I guess I'll just have to bring up 1 Corinthians again because you just have the hardest time. According to this text, Thomas, what does this text say? 1 Corinthians 15. What does Paul say the first person that Jesus appeared to was? Come on.
It's hard to talk when your microphone's gone.
Well, your microphone wouldn't be gone if you actually answered the questions I'm asking you instead of going off on all these tangents. So according to 1 Corinthians 15, who's the first person that Jesus appeared to?
Where does it say King James Version at? I don't even see it.
This is the fucking King James Version on the screen, Thomas. This is the King James Version Bible. 1 Corinthians 15.
Do you know Jesus is your personal Savior?
He is not. He's a corpse. Now, read 1 Corinthians 15, 1-5. Who does Paul say was the first person that Jesus appeared to? He's worm food. Jesus does worm
Thomas,
food.
we're not interested in joining your cult. We just want you to answer the questions.
Doubting Thomas.
Yes, that's you, Doubting Thomas. You doubt what the Paul actually says.
No, Doubting Thomas.
That's you.
You're
doubting Thomas. You're doubting Thomas. You're doubting what Paul said. You're doubting scripture.
I ain't doubting at all. I know the
Yes,
truth.
you are.
You're the one.
Then what does 1 Corinthians 15? Then what does 1 Corinthians 15 say about Jesus? Who was the first person Jesus appeared to? Don't run away.
Listen, I don't know who you are, but I will pray for you tonight.
And I don't care if you cast your magic spells. By the way, talking about how you're gonna pray for us, and you're like,
so
you don't actually have to. You don't actually have to. What's the word I'm looking for? Blare out like a trumpet. Go out to the street corners and tell everyone, I'm going to pray for you. Guess what? You can do that without fucking telling us. You just want to seem like more of a Christian because you're going to tell us out loud that you're praying for us. Guess what? Jesus said, pray in silent where no one can hear you or see you. Don't go around. No crop dusting. Don't fucking crop dust your prayer all over us. So I think what we got into so far is that you're a coward, Thomas, who refuses to read the Bible. You refuse to believe what Paul said.
Here, honey. I promise you
Yeah,
that.
you're Thomas. If you're not a coward, then read 1 Corinthians 15, 1-5.
Well, it's dark on my porch and I can't see nothing. So,
well, that's just another excuse. Walk inside.
Sure
Do you not have a light switch?
No, I ain't got no electric. Remember?
Then walk inside. Well, that much is.
You don't have any electric? How do you charge your phone that you're on?
Yeah.
So you do have electric.
Yeah, so turn your light on. Stop lying to us.
Oh, solar.
Yes, solar is electric. You get electricity from solar panels.
Do you not have a flashlight, a candle? Like, you do know lying is a sin, right?
Yeah, and you all's doing a lot of it.
No, we're not.
We're not the ones up here lying.
Yeah, we haven't said a goddamn lie this entire life. You're the one who refuses to read your own fucking Bible.
There's literally a flashlight on your phone.
You're showing you're showing every single one of my. Yes, I'm a fucking adult. I'll curse all I want on my own goddamn life, Thomas. In fact, I'll fucking curse more just because you're fucking up here. All right, now,
wait, Dalton, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thomas, what shape is the Earth?
Oh boy.
Now you see,
you have lights, and you have lights behind you.
Walk
that's a
inside
bedroom.
Walk inside your goddamn
you
bedroom.
said you didn't have any. You lied, Thomas. You lied.
What a fucking.
You may not lied. I never lied about nothing.
You said I have no electric. You do.
Are those lights a figment of all of the 500 people watching the stream's imagination, Thomas?
500. I only say 169.
There's 289 people on YouTube.
That's fine. Let them be on there. I don't care.
But so you lied. You lied to us.
What we're all getting from this, Thomas, you're being a horrible example for Jesus right now, by the way. If I was Jesus, I'd be fucking embarrassed. Now, what my entire audience here is seeing here is that you're so afraid to read 1 Corinthians 15 because you know it contradicts what it says in the Gospels. You're pushing people further away every single second you refuse to read the Bible. Charging his phone with a candle is crazy.
He's just a lol cow for sure. Like 110%, Thomas. Like no one's taking you serious here, and that's in all sincerity. Like you are just being a bad representative of Christianity, and you're making all 500 people here not be interested in the faith because of how you're behaving on this live. You're lying, you're refusing to engage in conversation, and you're just misrepresenting the arguments for Christ entirely. Like there are decent arguments that exist out there, and Thomas, not one of them have you given.
The Bible is all the proof.
Well, the Bible contradicts itself on who Jesus appeared to first, but you refuse to engage with it.
And contradictions are false. So congratulations. You're not giving any evidence. You're just saying that false things are true, which is not obviously true. Like contradictions are false, Thomas.
Well, I mean, everybody said they seen Jesus, so there you go.
Not everybody said that they saw Jesus. That is not true.
Yeah, there's over 500 people.
Oh wait. Okay, wait. I'm gonna quiz you on the 500 here, Thomas. Thomas, tell us anything about the 500. Tell us anything about them.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than 500. I don't know their names.
So you don't know their names. Do you know where they saw Jesus?
Well, they had what they call the Last Supper right before he got. You know what I'm saying? So
where does it say that the 500 saw Jesus at the? By the way, at the Last Supper, the Last Supper is before Jesus died. So if anyone sees him before he dies, that's not magnificent. So saying that 500 people saw him before he was killed isn't a proof for the resurrection. But again, Where did and also the Bible never says the 500 saw him at the Last Supper. So try again.
Well, here's all I got to tell you.
Oh, my bad. Slipped. Oh man. Like what do I write here? Thomas can't read.
Also,
and is a
Dalton. So maybe not be a little ableist. I just want to say that, like, maybe he cannot see because he's old enough where vision is a problem. Like, maybe we should be a little nicer on that regard and not be a little ableist.
He's too old. He can't read. That's not. They're playing. My dad's 50-year-old. He can read. He just refused to go inside. Is the problem, and lied to us at the lights.
No. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, like, maybe he couldn't read the words on the screen because they were too small.
Oh, he had a Bible. He's got a Bible. I told him to go inside and open up his Bible. He refused to do it because he just refuses to engage with the Bible. Irony. But we're gonna bring up Jesus is the mighty God. All right, Jesus is the mighty God. I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions.
Man, this little femboy lipstick wearing whore.
Not wearing lipstick, but also
they ain't gonna
immediately.
Wait, what's wrong with horrors?
Ashley's.
I think.
To the,
no, just let him.
All you little
okay.
When the hell in the
yeah.
You shall have greater damnation.
Here,
you little lying whores. That's all y'all are, a bunch of lying whores. Look at him. The boy's got lipstick on. He's effeminate. He look like a woman.
Guys,
bald-headed baby.
I am the biggest whore that there is. Like, also, I own that title. It's a good thing.
The devil done got a hold of.
Also, I 100% I 100% guarantee you. I 100% guarantee you that
little satanic whore. What, you ain't got no authority here, boy? That piss you off, boy? That's why you go to hell like the fire. You in that little whore ass for telling lies.
That little whore.
Let people know that Jesus is the true God.
So I can't hear you. So why are you so attracted to me, Jesus? It's crazy that I'm 100% your kind of guy, aren't I? You like that my lips look plump and luscious from my lipstick. You love. I bet your whole entire internet search history is all femboys.
Every man will stand judgment by himself. So if you follow these little lying whores, they're gonna take you to the lake of fire. Oh, that's right. All the people will hear the truth.
Oh yeah, I gotta remove you now because.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're a whore.
Yeah.
I just want to see how much of us here are whores. I'm a whore. You're a whore. We're all whores.
Jesus, the mighty God's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. So I had to drop them. But guys, just so we're all clear, the reason Jesus is the mighty God was up here because he has a crush on me. He wants me to peg him.
Guys, also, like, this is what you have to look forward to. If you were considering converting to Christianity, that is the type of person that Christianity turns you into. So just look forward to that if you are, considering converting.
Quantum says, bless his heart. Yeah, for real. Jesus
Carrie
Christ.
in the YouTube chat says, excuse me, I'm a slut.
I
we
am
love
too.
sluts here too.
I'll spread
You're
my
a
legs
slut?
for almost anybody. Really. I'm easy. But anyways. Theus Toussaint. I love when they say things to us like they think it's an insult. It's not. I take pride in it. All right. Theus Toussaint, hopefully you won't be an unhinged maniac like the last Christian we just talked to. So I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potato of the conversation. So question number 1, are you at least 18?
No. Man, that sucks, bro. I had valid arguments for you. All right, then. Sorry.
Well, W honesty, but we do have to drop you.
All right.
I'm gonna bring up the next guest who's gonna be from I'm gonna bring up the next guest who's from YouTube. So Ashlyn, they're not gonna be able to hear you. But let's see. We got here. Let me unmute you. Hello, guest. What is your name?
Hey, my name is Ben.
Ben, nice to meet you, Ben.
Do you go by a name, or is it just Guy?
Oh yeah, you can call me Dalton.
Dalton.
Hey. Herbie informed me that this individual, I guess, approves of like child abuse. This is what was told to me.
We'll get to that.
That they're on the line. And okay.
Okay, so Ben, I'm the Bible guy. Yeah. Dalton, the Bible guy. I am gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions.
Sure.
And then we'll have the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
You can see I'm well past that age, but I will answer yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
The normal him, his, her. I mean him, he.
Him, he. All right. And then question number 3: is Jesus dead?
It depends what you mean by that. I think the way you're meaning it, no. But Jesus did die.
Yeah, I mean, he's still dead in my opinion. So Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Oh, the actual accusation is this individual kicked his daughter on a live stream.
By proof. I believe we're talking about the resurrection, right?
Wait a minute.
You said that's the frame.
Did you kick your daughter on a live stream?
I did not kick my daughter on a live stream, but people say I did. She loves me very much.
Check the YouTube chat. Check everything else. They went to court
see her
apparently.
As a victim of that. But you can
wait, what?
But it seems like you'd be like trying to avoid the conversation.
No, I don't want to platform.
No, don't manipulate. Don't fucking manipulate.
Well, you said you bite women.
Well, yeah, consensually.
No,
I'm not going to.
Apparently, they were admitted to it on the line.
Yeah, you admitted to it on the line. I'm not going to platform a child abuser. Jesus fucking Christ. Also, trying to compare that to me biting my partners in sex, not even remotely the same. It's consensual. Children don't consent to getting their asses beat by their parents. What a piece of shit. Yeah. YouTube people and Ashlyn, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Fuck him. Fuck anyone who would kick they went to court?
Could someone DM me on the actual video of this, because I believe that there's a video of this, but whether she's 23 or not, it doesn't matter. You don't kick people. That's a weird defense to that. But yeah, if I'm gonna put my Discord username, if anyone could send it to me, it's just Ashlyn ASHLYND94. Send me the video, because yeah, and I see one of the mods for the line, or is it AXP is here, who said, isn't this the guy that got banned on the line? So yeah.
Well, there you go.
So I'll get the I'd rather if nobody comes up with this information and whatever, but if this is on there and there's enough people that are saying it, I'm gonna trust all these people who are saying that and not platform people. I think that that's the right thing to do. I doubt that many people, especially the people who are saying this information, I know to be trustworthy in the chat as well. So
what a piece of shit.
Dr. Carla, Calicia, I think I'm saying that wrong, are a ton of different people that are saying this information, and I trust them.
All right, so I'm going to read some super chats, and then he was having a sexual relationship with his daughter. What? Okay, we'll get to that later. That's some serious lot action right there. But anyways, all right, I'm going to read some super chats, and then we'll bring up Man of God Michael. Let's see.
At Herbie Shine with the 2 crowns, Ashland, and chat. The cat down the road is Cafe.
Oh.
They're the ones. They're the ones that's defending this person. So yeah, that makes it far less credible as well. I don't even. Cafe probably doesn't even know Ben. They're just saying that because atheists are saying it's untrue, which is wild, Cafe, that you would be defending, whether it's an adult or a child, any sort of abuse or neglect in that sort of way is wild. Which honestly, not surprising coming from you.
The main staple of Cafe's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner is taking L's. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's crazy. All right, and then one last super chat, and then we'll get on to the next guest.
That's Sonic Shroon with the $5 Australian. Good I might. Thomas, I asked Satan to visit you in your dreams, you bait.
Right. Next time I have a Christian says they're gonna pray for me, I'm just gonna go counter curse, and then block their spell. All right. Let's see. Man of God, Michael, I'm gonna ask you three preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I am.
But yeah, can you got a lot of that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you go somewhere quieter?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Prove to me this isn't a Christian country. What's the
Can
first
you hear me?
commandment, JPaz? Okay, yeah. All right. Man of God, Michael. Also, JPaz, you're more than welcome to call up if you want to debate that. Man of God, Michael. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
All right. And question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
All right. And then, do you think Jesus is dead?
No, I
All right.
honestly think he's alive in spirit.
All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Okay. To be honest,
Okay.
I am a
You
Christian.
get that background sound again. The TV. Turn off the TV or whatever.
Well, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I got all that background noise. It's very distracting.
What about now?
It's faint now.
Can you-
Okay. So,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe, Menno, if you could just, when you're not speaking, mute your mic as well. That might help too. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. So, Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Okay. I am a Christian. Now, one thing I won't do is condemn you for your belief in what you believe. But I do believe Jesus was resurrected. I begin to believe that why a lot of scientists, why people haven't found out where we actually go when we die. With that being said, I feel like nobody knows. And for Jesus to be resurrected after he died to his flesh and rose again. Now,
Give us the
mind you,
evidence.
the evidence is the Holy Trinity. And I just want to explain that for you because when it comes to the Son, right?
But the Trinity is not in the Bible.
Yes, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, those three entities exist in the New Testament, but the concept of the Trinity is not in the New Testament. The idea that there are three persons that make up the one God who share one essence, not in the Bible.
So you don't believe that that could be true?
No, not according
Now
to the
think
Bible.
about the Son. Think about the Son, right? Like the actual sun. You feel the heat from the sun. And you also see the sun.
Here, how about if I change the sentence like this? Think about the Shemesh. You know what Shemesh is?
No, what is that?
Shemesh is the Hebrew word for sun, and it doesn't sound anything like the Hebrew word for sun, S-O-N, Ben. The fact that the word sun, S-O-N, and sun, S-U-N sound the same in English means nothing to this conversation.
No, that was just an analogy on the Holy Spirit, the Father, and the Son.
But that would be a heresy.
But my question for you is, have you ever called on Jesus? Have
Yep,
you ever
I'm an ex
have you ever been willing? Okay, perfect. We're getting somewhere. Now, what caused that for you to be an ex-Christian?
What does this have
The
to do with
Bible.
anything?
It's fine. I'm willing to go
The
down this. We got
Bible.
no other guests. The Bible. I read
Okay.
I read the Bible, and that made me not believe in the Bible anymore because I took the Bible seriously.
Okay, what in the Bible didn't make you believe? I feel like it's
Uh,
important just to find the
the
root
fact
of
the,
what they need to
the fact
disbelieve.
that the fact that it gives no good evidence for the resurrection, the fact that Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic prophecy, so the idea of him resurrecting is less likely if he's not even the Messiah.
So you've not seen evidence like back in Israel, back in ancient times, and so you're saying you believe in the Old Testament? Do you at least believe in the Old Testament, or are you just saying you don't believe in the Bible in general?
I don't believe in the Bible in general, but if I believed in the Old Testament and believed in let's pretend for a moment I believed in Yahweh, the God of Israel, and I believed in the Hebrew Bible, I would definitely not think that Jesus rose from the dead because he didn't fulfill a single prophecy about the Messiah in the Old Testament. Therefore, if he's not the Messiah, he's definitely not someone who rose from the dead.
So how don't you feel like he did that? Because from the Old Testament to the New Testament is definitely cross reference, and he's definitely fulfilled even back in Genesis. Even
Not a single one.
Genesis, even
Would you
from
like to
Adam and Eve.
would you like to present us with a prophecy that Jesus did fulfill?
Adam and Eve isn't even a prophecy.
No, I'm not speaking on the prophecy of Adam and Eve, but I'm speaking on how in the Bible, in Genesis, how they spoke about Jesus stepping on the serpent head and overcoming death.
Genesis 3:15 is not about Jesus. Here, let's read Genesis 3:15. And I'll show you why it's not about Jesus. Genesis 3, verse 15. All right. We're going to break it down. And I, who's the I here? Man of God? Michael?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I will put enmity between thee and the woman. Ugh, King James. Who's the speaker here?
Continue. Hold on.
I will put enmity between you and the woman. Who's the I here in this sentence? Who's the speaker?
That's God speaking.
All right. I, God, will put enmity.
Go down a little bit for the TikTok chat. It's being obscured by the stuff at the top of the page.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. All right. Okay. I, God, will put enmity between you. Who's the you here?
Man.
No. So we'll go back to verse 14. The Lord God said to the serpent, okay, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat into all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman. So the you is who?
The serpent. The serpent.
All right. And the woman. Who's the woman?
That's Eve. That's the woman.
All right. God will put enmity or hostility between the serpent and the woman, between your offspring. What is the offspring of the serpent? This is easy. What do snakes give birth to?
And just what sense
like literally, like if you have two snakes and they have sex, what offspring do they produce?
I don't think it meant like literal snakes.
Wait, why not? Where in the text does it ever tell you it's not a snake? Because
I think it's.
You think it's
what? If you go by interpretation,
I think it was deeper than a literal animal. Like even the apple, like the fruit. It's a deeper.
Wait, what does God say?
Meaning,
because you have done this, cursed are you among all. What does God say that this thing belongs to the category of?
Yes, animals.
So it's an animal.
But it's the snake is symbolic for deception.
How do you know it's symbolic? Wait. Can I just ask you one question? Do you believe that you fully understand God?
To
it's
be
a
honest,
yes or no.
Nobody does. No.
Okay, so how do you know that it goes deeper than that? How do you know that this book, which is supposedly the word of God, goes deeper than that if you don't believe that we all understand God?
Revelation. If you know what revelation is, it's
That
God
doesn't
speaking,
explain.
but it's God speaking through you, through the text, through the word, through the living word,
Okay,
through the
so
Bible.
again, you don't fully understand God. So how do you know it goes deeper?
This also doesn't explain how different Christians believe different things. All you have to say then is just, I know that it's correct because I have a revelation, but other Christians claim revelation and say different things regarding this.
Yeah, I'm not saying who right or wrong. This is me from experience.
I would
And
presume you're thinking you're right. Do you not think you're right?
Also, you kept on correcting us and saying that it goes deeper than that. How do you know it goes deeper than that?
because even when you read the full Bible, even it's in detail. It goes deeper from even the
That
Hebrew
doesn't give an
meaning.
explanation to what I'm saying. It explicitly says that the snake is an animal. It explicitly says the snake is a snake. How do you know it goes deeper than that if you don't believe that humans can fully understand God?
I believe it goes deeper than that based on your understanding on who God is. If you
No,
don't,
not
if you
believe.
don't believe it,
Not believe. How
if
do
you
you
don't,
know?
if you
Because you
don't
keep
believe in
saying that you
God,
know you keep saying you know it goes deeper than that, and you keep saying it goes deeper than that as if you know. Do you actually know, or are you just saying things that you hypothesize?
I can say both, to be honest.
Can you give us anything in the
So
text of
you either
Genesis 3 that
know
would
or
lead
you
us to
don't.
believe? Yeah, because can you give
This
us
is
anything in
this is
Genesis 3 which
similar.
would lead? Could you give us anything in Genesis 3 that would lead us to think that this is not talking about a snake?
This is similar to the parables.
It's not. Well, it's
How
not.
someone would read a parable.
It's
If you
not
would read a parable in the Bible,
in a parable. The only time parables occur generally are in the Gospels, and it has Jesus as a real figure, and it says, and then he began to tell them this parable. There is no narrator. There's no person who's telling this story. It's not like, and then Moses gave this parable, and then it goes into this creation myth. It doesn't say that.
but my question is, how do you know that there isn't somebody that
The
wrote the
text doesn't say.
scrolls,
Oh, someone wrote the scroll for sure, but they wrote it as a myth. Like that they believe that this is an ancient history. That they believe that this is how human beings got to where they are today, and they think that this is why humans and snakes are in contention with one another because of this ancient myth. But the text never indicates that the snake is anything other than a snake. And in fact, as Snitch just pointed out, and I also pointed out, it says explicitly that the snake is an animal and that he crawls on his
yes,
belly.
it's not between man and snake. It's between man and Satan.
No,
Satan, the snake was this.
Where does Genesis
The
3 ever say
snake
the
was
snake? Where in Genesis 3 does it ever say the snake is Satan?
even when what scripture is it? Forgive me.
You're thinking of Revelation chapter 12 verse 9, where it refers to that old serpent, the dragon, also called Satan. That's not a reference to Genesis
hold
3.
on.
That's not a reference.
15 says, "I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel."
Yeah, that's about how God will put hostility between the serpent and the woman, between the serpent's offspring, which are all snakes, and between her offspring, which is all humans, and that humans would strike the head of the serpent, and that the serpent would strike the heel of humans. That's all.
Do you believe in demons? Do you believe in spirits?
No. But even if
So
I did,
so my question
even if I did, because there was a time when there was a time in my life where I practiced Judaism after Christianity, and I believed in demons. And when I read this, I understood it to be a serpent and not Satan.
So what is Satan to you? Who is Satan to you?
To me, Satan's nothing. Are you talking about in the Bible? Depends on what part of the Bible you're reading. Because the Hebrew Bible has a completely different look at what Satan is than the New Testament does. In the Hebrew Bible, Satan is God's bitch. He works for God.
So this is a very massive pivot.
It is a massive pivot, but I'm willing to let him go here. In the Old Testament, Satan is God's henchman. He doesn't do anything without God saying so. He works for God. He's just one of the angels in heaven that works for God. In the New Testament, he's God's enemy. Two different ways of picturing Satan because two different cultures are picturing Satan. So the Bible doesn't have a representation of Satan from beginning to end that's the same. But again, Satan not mentioned in Genesis 3. Genesis 3:15, not messianic. It's just a ideology about why humans and snakes don't get along.
It's so funny because there's so many other animals that don't get along with humans either.
Yeah.
But
Snakes were
would be the point?
snakes were just commonly used in ancient Near Eastern mythology to represent like enmity. I guess because of their venom, I guess, but snakes is just a common motif within ancient myths, which this is a myth.
As much as we're
Also-
enjoying that song and that music, man of God,
Sorry about that.
you can you can mute up when you're not speaking. So, you know.
Also, I would argue that, because I heard him say this earlier, science can't explain what happens after death for the most part. We have no reason to believe that it's any different from any other animal. And we already understand how near-death experiences work. So there's no reason for us to believe there is additional life after we pass away. So I could provide you with some of the evidence that that surrounds like near-death experiences if you'd like. But the long story short is that when you are close to unaliving, a slew of chemicals that are similar to that of like what you get with hallucinogens activate various parts in your brain that stimulate a very strong hallucinogenic response, resulting in the hallucination of what you would deem, like, for example, a near unaliving experience. It's your brain's way of coping with unaliving.
By the way, Cafe in the comment section says we don't know how NDEs work. Correction, Cafe. We know how NDEs work. You don't know how they work. You're an idiot.
Yeah, we've
So
actually
question. Revelations
a
12:9.
Wait, there was a massive study where a bunch of different people who were near death, and actually many of them didn't actually make it, but some of them did make it. But either ways, what they did with this one experiment, and I would have to look up the actual study because it's just been a while.
Is it Aware 1 and Aware 2?
Yep, Aware 1 and Aware
Yeah.
2. And there was that Aware study, and then there was another study that was conducted, and I have this in my citations list, where they literally hooked people up to some brain monitors and recorded the activity in their brain as they were unaliving, and they were able to see what was actually causing what we see in like Aware 1 and Aware 2. So we not only have the mechanism by which it occurs and the data in humans, but we also have the outcome from Aware 1 and Aware 2.
So what is Revelations 12:9 about?
It's not about Genesis 3. Okay, we have in when the book of Revelation.
Who's the ancient serpent?
Yeah,
Who's the
I'm
ancient serpent?
about to tell you. So book of Revelation describes Satan as a serpent and a dragon who comes forth from the sea, correct? Correct,
12
Michael?
verse 9.
Yeah, he refers to Satan as a serpent and a dragon, and he says that this serpent/dragon comes forth from the sea later on in the book of Revelation. Is that correct?
Well, what verse?
Revelation 13:1 says that the beast comes forth from the ocean.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is not a reference to Genesis 3. It's a reference to another serpent, completely different serpent in the Old Testament. Isaiah chapter 27, actually. Isaiah 27. It says, on that day, Yahweh will, with his cruel and great and strong sword, will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, and he will kill the dragon that is in the sea. So the ancient Israelites, like the Canaanites, brethren around them, believed in this mythical creature called Leviathan. Leviathan is a sea monster. It's like a dragon. It's a sea dragon. In ancient depictions by the Canaanites of Leviathan, who they called Lotan, same creature though. Lotan / Leviathan is depicted as a 7-headed sea serpent / dragon. That's what Revelation is making a reference to. It says that Satan is Leviathan, not that Satan is the serpent from the Garden of Eden. Those are two completely different serpents.
All right, sorry, you guys. I gotta run and eat dinner. God bless you guys. Sorry, this was interesting though.
And may the force be with you.
Hi, Scientific Snitch.
Hi. I was just in the comments. Somebody was saying that you seem to think that everything can be explained by science. Like, I don't think that everything can be explained by science, but most talking points that Christians use to try to justify their belief can be.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever made the claim that everything is explained by science, but science is the best method we got for understanding the natural world at the very least. But it doesn't as it currently stands, it doesn't explain everything. I don't know who said that. Not me.
Oh yeah, it definitely doesn't explain everything, but it explains most talking points that Christians use. So I think it's important to understand the distinction between everything and what most Christians believe is true.
Well, not only that, science doesn't have to have all the answers for us not to use presuppositions. Like, just because we don't have answers to things doesn't mean that we put God in the gaps, literally.
All right.
So
I got another guest here. But they're from YouTube, and as it currently stands, my YouTube guests cannot hear my TikTok guests. Y'all will be able to hear the YouTube guests.
If this is Grace, I have the video of him doing it to her, and she will come up and defend him according to Dr. Carla, who's in my chat right now. I have the video of this happening.
Well, I guess we'll see if this is Grace then. All right. Let's see. Add the scene. Hello, guest. What is your name?
Hello.
This
Hi,
is
I'm
Grace. She's
How you
in here
doing?
to defend. Nope, I have the video. Please just kick her.
I'm here to debate the resurrection.
Are you
Hello?
Grace?
Can you hear me?
Oh, she.
Yes.
You're not in here to defend?
Are you not in here to defend a certain abuse?
Not particularly. I mean, we could talk about that if you want, but I just wanted to talk about the resurrection. Yeah.
All right, as long as we don't do any excusing for abuse around here, then fine. We can talk about the resurrection. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, Grace.
Sure.
Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
What pronouns do you go by?
She, her.
And then is Jesus dead?
No. I don't
All right.
believe so.
I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
Okay. So I'm a Catholic, and my question for you guys would be, if Jesus is dead, how do you explain his disciples believing that he was resurrected so strongly? How do you explain that?
Easy. Bereavement, hallucination, and collective delusion. All that's required is for the first person that Jesus appeared to, being Peter, that he grieves the death of his rabbi, and then this results in him having a bereavement hallucination, which this would mean that he either visually hallucinated Jesus or auditorily hallucinated, or at the very minimum had like a sensory experience where he felt like he was in the room with him. Him telling the rest of the apostles about this, and then through collective delusion and expectation, believing that when they pray and engage in rhythmic, like chanting, fasting, sleep deprivation, that they start having experiences that they attribute to Jesus being present with them.
Okay, but how do you explain the empty tomb then?
What empty tomb?
Well, I believe it was, I think it was Mary Magdalene who saw that the tomb was empty and informed the others that the tomb was empty.
Well, that's just a myth. Fun fact. When we read Paul, who Paul is our earliest Christian writings, when Paul gives us a list, first and foremost, all the people that Jesus appeared to, who is the first person that he says appeared to Jesus?
I don't know. You could tell me.
He says in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 5, that's Peter. Peter is the first person that Jesus appeared to. And Paul never once uses the apologetic of, well, the empty tomb. He never even mentions it. I'm more inclined to believe that, as was per usual, Jesus was probably buried in a mass grave, and then his disciples had these experiences later where they thought they saw him, and that the empty tomb narrative is a later invention of the Gospels.
Well, there's two things. First of all, Peter is first on the list. That doesn't necessarily mean he was the first one. It just means he's the first on a certain list, right? But also, sorry, I'm just turning this off. I think that you are now saying, oh, I think that was just made up. But why would you assume that something was made up? Why would you just arbitrarily assume, oh,
You don't have the burden,
part
Dalton.
was made up?
It's
but
not
other
arbitrary.
parts weren't made up.
It's not
Like, why would
arbitrary.
you
The
assume that?
Gospels make up stuff about Jesus all the time. Like when we have
How do you know that?
Yeah, by looking at the history. Like, for example, like the Gospels are making up, like either Matthew or Luke, one of them is making up stories about Jesus' nativity because they both can't be true. Would you agree or disagree?
I understand that there are inconsistencies between the Gospels, right? That's what you're talking about? And so
Major
one of them has to
inconsistencies
be
between
lying.
major inconsistencies in the nativity narrative. Like, we're
Can you
talking
give me an
temporal.
example of what those would be?
Yeah. Like, for example, according to the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod the Great, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to the Gospel of Luke, Jesus is born during the census under Quirinius, correct?
I don't know, but I'll take your word for it, sure.
Yeah, Luke chapter 2,
So how could both of those be true?
Yeah, because the census of Quirinius took place 10 years after Herod was already dead.
Okay, but I mean, I guess what I would say is like a 10-year discrepancy. I mean, the Gospels are not an exact they're not a historical book, like a historical, nonfiction book like we would have today. Like, it's a different genre. Like the Gospel of John
myth.
is mystical writing. It's not, well, I wouldn't say myth, but you can say myth, but like clearly it's not like a historical nonfiction book. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's a category error. And 10 years is not that big of a discrepancy. So
It's not
I
just the
understand I feel like that's
it,
small enough fact. But
it is important though, because why is Jesus' family in Bethlehem for him to be born there?
What wasn't it something about firstborn sons?
No, like they're originally in the Gospel of Luke, they're originally from Nazareth, correct?
Yeah.
Why do they go to Bethlehem in the first place?
I actually don't know.
They go for the census, to be registered for the census. They go, according to the Gospel of Luke, they have to travel to their ancestral home. So Joseph, along with the pregnant Mary, has to travel to Bethlehem because that's what he's a descendant of David, allegedly. So he has to travel to Bethlehem, and it's because of the census that Jesus is even in Bethlehem in the first place to be born there. But if Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod the Great, and the census of Quirinius never took place, then then he's not there for the census, like Gospel of Luke says.
Dalton, just
I
real
get
quick,
the inconsistency.
you don't.
I'm just saying that
Here,
considering
one
the
second.
time period.
One second. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
You can't hear them on TikTok, but one of my
Oh,
co-hosts
yeah,
is
yeah.
trying to tell me something. What was it, Ash?
Okay, sure.
She's done something pretty clever here, but you don't have any of this burden. You know that, right? Like, the entire burden's on her, and she's done a great job of like trying to distract you, of you trying to give evidence, but she
I'm
doesn't.
aware.
She's not. She hasn't provided any evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I don't
aware.
know why you're letting
It's
her
fine,
get away
though.
with that.
Well, it's fine because like she pointed out the fact that you're trying to shift the burden of proof from you to me, and I'm fine with that in this case because like I'm just demonstrating that we have no good reason to trust the Gospels. They can't agree on any of the nativity stories. They can't agree on what day Jesus was crucified, at what time he was crucified. The narration of the resurrections are complete. The whole point of this is did Jesus ride to Jerusalem on one or two donkeys? Like, the reason I bring this up is because I'm just giving you a sliver of a reason why I don't trust the Gospels to tell us anything factual about Jesus of Nazareth. They're myths in my account. They don't tell us anything factual about Jesus of Nazareth. When it comes to our understanding about surrounding the resurrection, I go to the earliest source, being Paul's work.
I understand you saying that, but I'm saying like, okay, I cannot, no one can prove like scientifically, mathematically, like for certain that Jesus was resurrected. Like, I'll give that to you. But I think that there is a lot of historical evidence, and especially when you say hallucination, hallucinations are rarely group based. They can be with like Elvis or whatever. People said they saw Elvis.
To be clear, I'm not saying that there's a group hallucination. I say group delusion, which doesn't require like everyone to be seeing the same exact hallucination. All that's required is for a group of people.
I mean, I'm putting them together, yeah, but that's fine. I'm not saying literally everybody saw the same exact hallucination, but there's a delusion. There's like an emotional sort of delusion. They want to see him resurrected, and some of them hallucinate him. Whatever. I get what you're saying. I get the idea, but I don't think that explains the empty tomb, which you're saying Paul doesn't include. Okay, Paul may not have been aware.
Yeah, I don't believe Jesus was. I don't believe Jesus was laid in a tomb, and we don't have any tombs that we can point to. Paul himself never says, "Look at the empty tomb." You would think that if that was such a strong argument, that he would have used it, but Paul doesn't seem to be aware of any empty tomb, and we don't have any tombs that we can say belong to Jesus. And even if they are empty, there are tons of where like is the tomb of Apollonius of Tyana empty or is it filled? It's empty, but that doesn't mean he's resurrected.
Not only this,
maybe we could establish some basic facts. Like, do we both agree that Jesus Christ of Nazareth was a person who lived and he was crucified?
Yes.
Okay, so the Bible does include those facts. So, okay, if we agree on that, those are like historical facts. Okay, so the Bible does tell us that. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so even though it's in the Bible, you don't doubt that. Okay, so then you're moving on to doubt the resurrection. Okay. But if it was a group hallucination or delusion, I feel like that doesn't quite explain how tons of people were willing to give their life for that illusion.
Easy.
Can you give me another historical example? Go ahead. I'll let you go. Can you give me another historical example of people willingly dying for an illusion?
An illusion, I can't give you an example of that. But when it comes to why would people be willing to die for this, you have to understand that there's a huge difference between our culture and their culture. We belong to like a monophasic culture. They are a polyphasic culture. For us, the real waking world is like the real reality. And we understand that there are such things as dreams which aren't real and hallucinations which aren't real. But the idea of hallucination isn't even part of the vocabulary of the ancient Near Eastern people. For people like Peter who have a bereavement hallucination when they see Jesus, they're not thinking, I'm seeing something that's not real. For them, if they're seeing it, it's real. So they really do genuinely believe, based on these experiences, that they are having encounters with Jesus. They're just mistaken, and people can die for being wrong. And
hey, Dalton, I have a study here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the prevalence of having one or more bereavement hallucinations was estimated to be 56.6% with a 95 confidence interval. This is a meta-analysis published.
The interval of having a bereavement hallucination is what percentage?
59. That one. 59. And then I have another one. I have another one here.
This is my field. That's not a confidence interval. So typically what it is the mean is the first number. Then the second part is a 95% confidence interval, which is within how much is the actual mean lying. So there should be a lower bound and an upper bound to that 95% confidence interval, and that mean should be relatively in the middle.
Yeah, the 56.6, it's 49.9, 63.2.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's a fairly, from what I'm seeing, is a fairly narrow confidence interval, meaning that like 49% being the lower bound. That's still pretty high, being that you said the mean was like 56, right?
56.6.
Yeah, so 56 being in the middle, 49 is low. That's not a bad.
So in very simple terms that I can relate as a layperson to Grace, what exactly are you saying?
So what I'm saying is that the mean, okay, you said that this was the rate of hallucination, right?
The rate of hallucination? Okay.
Yeah, that was that's just one study. Like the rate of hallucination, I think across like all boards, like there's tons of data published on this.
Could I get do you have the sample size there?
Here, I'm gonna let y'all message each other on this.
Yeah, I don't think
because Grace hears absolutely none of this. It's just we're just sitting here silently. So, but anyways, for the ancient Near Eastern folks, when they have visions or hallucinations of things, for them, their first thought is not I have a mental illness or I'm hallucinating. For them, they're thinking this is real because they don't have that concept. So the apostles, all the apostles have to do is genuinely believe. You think that they have a concept of hallucination in the ancient world, that they know that the brain can see things that aren't real.
I think that they understood visions versus dreams versus reality, just like we did, because the book of Revelation is a vision. So I think they understood the concept. I think all human beings have understood
when Jesus appeared to Peter, in what manner did he appear to him according to Paul?
I don't know. I don't remember exactly. You can tell me.
He doesn't tell us. All he says that Jesus appeared to him, but we're not told that this meant that Jesus was standing in the room with them, or that Jesus appeared to Peter in a vision or in a dream. It doesn't say anything like that. It uses the Greek word opthe to describe the appearing, but this is the same exact Greek word that Paul uses to describe his own interaction with Jesus, which was visionary in nature.
Well, yeah, but I mean, clearly the overall story is that his literal body was resurrected, and one of the apostles put his fingers through his hand, right? That's what they're trying to communicate to us.
That's the story of the later Gospels. Paul knows nothing of this. Paul knows nothing about Jesus having a flesh and blood body after the resurrection. There's nothing in his writings about that. In fact, he says that Jesus is a life-giving spirit.
But wasn't Paul's encounter with Jesus after Jesus had ascended? So wasn't that would have to be non-literal? Like there's no way he was saying he came down again from heaven.
But Paul never says physically. What I mean is that Paul never says once in the entirety of his works that Jesus's resurrection body is a body made of flesh and blood. It's not physical. It's made of spirit. He's a life-giving spirit, according to Paul. And that the body that was raised, according to Paul's theology, the body that's laid down in the grave is not the one that's raised up. It's a completely different body.
It's a completely different body, so it's a different DNA. Like, what are you?
Well, Paul doesn't understand. Paul doesn't?
Isn't Paul talking about it non-literally?
No, Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 is telling his audience about the group about the list of people that Jesus quote appeared to. Goes on to ask to answer the question of, in what nature does the resurrection take place? And he uses the analogy of like a seed which is planted into the earth, and from the seed sprouts forth the wheat. But the wheat isn't the seed. It springs forth from the seed. And that's how Paul envisioned the resurrection. Paul elsewhere says that resurrected bodies of future believers, which are like the same as Jesus' resurrection body, are already prepared for them in heaven. And that basically that God gives them a completely new body that's completely separate for them. So for Paul, even if Paul knew of a tomb and there was a corpse there, it would not have affected Paul's belief in the resurrection, because Paul didn't believe that the same body that was laid down is the same one that raised up. He compares and contrasts the physical nature of Adam's body with the fact that Jesus is now a life-giving spirit.
Yeah, but look, I am not like a super studied. You know more of the Bible than I do. Like you do, but I'm just looking it up, and Paul talks about a transformed body, still a body but glorified and imperishable in 1 Corinthians. He believed in the resurrection, like not just metaphorically, the legit resurrection.
The problem is, the question is, what do you mean by the resurrection? And this sort of presupposes that Jewish people had a single monolithic understanding about what the resurrection entailed, which they didn't. That some Jews believed that the resurrection was like the corpse that's laid down in the tomb is the one that gets raised up and is like glorified. And others, like Paul, from what we can see from his own writings, is that the body that gets laid down is like the seed, and the spirit comes forward from it like the wheat, and is thus glorified and given a new body. That's Paul's own theology.
But but that's like what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that Paul believed. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but like sure that Christ's body was transformed when it was resurrected. You know, the doctrine of ascension. You know, it would be transformed. It's because he was walking through walls and stuff like that. But it wasn't a different body. It was Christ's body. He was brought back from the dead.
Paul explicitly says the body that is raised is not the body that was laid down.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a completely different body. It just means that that's the transformative part.
Here, is the wheat that comes forth from the seed the seed?
Is the wheat that comes forth from the seed the seed? It is not a seed, but it is the same biological matter, just expressed.
Would you say that
fully.
the wheat is within the seed and
Expressed
then it comes
fully? Yeah, there we go. That's what I was saying.
The wheat is found within the seed, and it's not the seed that comes up out of the earth. It's the wheat that was within the seed, and that's the analogy that Paul gives us in 1 Corinthians 15 to describe the resurrection.
I would say the seed and the wheat are one, but the wheat is the full expression of the potential within the seed. So
Wait, what?
that makes sense. We are human. Like Christ's body was the full expression of the human body.
When you take wheat from the ground, you're not eating seed. The seed is left in the dirt.
Well, I mean,
eat the
seed and the grain
of the
are
grass
both
part.
wheat.
What was that, Snitch?
Sorry.
When it comes to like, first, when
When
it
it
comes to
comes to-
consuming like wheat,
Consuming
you
wheat.
consume the top part, which are
consume the top part.
which are like considered the wheat kernel or the wheat berry,
considered
and that
the
would
wheat kernel and
include
the
the
wheat berry.
bran, the endosperm, and the germ, and that's what
Uh-huh.
you consume. And I also found a study on some like the general population, like the rate of hallucinations in the general population. Around 38.7% of the general population, the sample size was 13,000 individuals, and 38.7% of these 13,000 individuals reported some kind of hallucination. So it isn't uncommon.
All right, so but she also said she's basically using the science detail is that no, the wheat is a different thing from the seed altogether. No one would ever say that we're eating wheat that we're eating the seed because of basic plant biology. Also, the rate of hallucination is that for general population is 38%.
I would also add that when you're
Okay,
consuming
that's
wheat,
fine.
you're consuming
But what, like, okay,
the
I'm Catholic, right? So the
quote-unquote
Catholic understanding of the resurrection is, this is from the Catechism. Quote: "What is raised is the same body that dies, but
Well,
transformed."
I know that's the
So,
catechism, but the catechism
yeah.
is an innovation on the Bible. It's not the Bible. Like there are
No,
lots of
I
things that
understand, but I'm saying,
there are lots of
what I'm trying to understand is that
I'm
that's
an ex
our explanation.
I know I'm an ex-Catholic.
Yeah.
I know what the Catholic
Oh.
understanding. I know what the
cool.
I know what the Catholic understanding of the resurrection is.
Yeah,
Something you
okay.
profess every week in the Nicene Creed. But what Christians today believe is not what Paul necessarily believed.
So you're saying you have a different interpretation of the wheat seed analogy, and what you're saying is, instead of what Catholics believe, which is that what Paul meant was that it's the same thing, but it's glorified, it's transformed. You're saying the old carcass dies, and Jesus had an entirely new body. That's what you take Paul to have meant. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, Paul says explicitly that the body that was laid is not the body that is raised. He uses the seed analogy to represent the resurrection. Tells us later on in one of his other works, 2 Corinthians chapter 5, that believers already have resurrected bodies prepared for them in heaven. We're ready for them to like assume when the resurrection comes about. And says that Adam was flesh and blood.
Yes, glorified
but
bodies. Yeah.
yeah, which are separate from the bodies we have now, but they're already present and ready for us to assume. So they're two different bodies. That's Paul's theology. Paul takes a bit of a more Hellenistic approach to the resurrection.
Yeah, sort of like you mean I think what you're talking about is dualism, where you're saying like the body is sort of a shell, and the spirit or the soul is the real person, and so like when we die, we discard our shells, our carcasses.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
for
what you're saying?
Paul, the resurrection body is just a new shell that we will inhabit, a new body.
Right. Okay. So I think you're taking the same body thing. That's not the same body. I would agree it's not the same body because it's been transformed, but it's not a completely different body either. Just because something isn't the same doesn't mean that it's totally different, right?
I would disagree because the wheat isn't the seed.
But they are one.
They're not one. They're different component. They're different components.
Well, the seed is like the embryo or the placenta, right? And the baby is the wheat, right? Or the adult is the wheat. Like if we talk about it in terms of like pregnancy or
But a
something like that.
baby, but a baby isn't placenta. Placenta isn't baby. Those are two different things. The seed and the wheat are two different things. The wheat comes forward from the seed. It's not the seed.
Right. Okay, but all of the all of the wheat was in the seed, just like all of the baby was in the
Yes,
placenta and then was
just as the
expressed.
spirit of Christ that was raised was within his body that was discarded.
So, okay, this is interesting. So you're saying that you don't believe Christ was resurrected, not because of the historical evidence so much as you think that if you actually read the Gospels, they're not saying that he was physically resurrected.
No, it's both. There's not any good historical evidence for the resurrection, and alongside, because the Gospels are myths, in my opinion, based on everything I can tell. And when we take a look at what Paul says about the resurrection, only that Jesus appeared to people, and he doesn't go into very much detail about what that nature of that appearance is. It's the naturalistic explanation is far more likely and far better than the miraculous explanation.
Okay, well, two things. First of all, this thing about the same body. Okay, you could say that 7 years ago, my body is not the same as that body because I'm pretty sure your cells completely regenerate every 7 years, right? So someone could say this body is not the same as that body.
That's not, you can't say that.
That doesn't
No, you
mean
can't
that
say
it's
that.
a totally different body, although you can make that argument.
I know she can't hear me.
We can't say that, but at the same time, we're talking about first century Jews. First century Jews, we have to put ourselves within their framework, within the framework of Paul at least, because you can't put yourself in the framework of first century Jews because Judaism in the first century was not a monolith. They didn't all believe the same thing. So also, yeah, this is the ship of Theseus problem. But
I'd also
yes,
Dalton, I would just tell her that I would just say that if she thinks that her body isn't the same as the body 7 years ago, then she would also have to tussle with the understanding that she's saying that that basically like you're claiming that your body is completely different, and then in the same way that your body would be completely different from, let's say, a child who's got DNA that's recombined with the other parents, like that makes them analogous, which makes no sense. Then biology would have literally no meaning if her body was completely different. Like I would not be able to run samples from the same person because I wouldn't know if all of their cells, quote unquote, turned over. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense if the body is absolutely a new body 7 years later, because you wouldn't be able to run samples on a person 7 years later and be able to tell that it was the same person if it's completely different.
It's not like another young human. It's not like
the same time.
Mother to child. You're going from one person's cells and they're replicating. They're not becoming completely different and quote unquote regenerating in the sense that you're making a new child.
Yeah, they're just replicating the same exact cells. So they're not brand new cells. They're just replicating the original one. So yeah, it's very much the ship of Theseus thing going on here as well. But yeah, I think that the naturalistic explanation far better explains what happened to the apostles rather than the supernatural explanation, because, well, I mean, we don't start with the assumptions of later dogmas of the church. We go by what does Paul actually say. Do we take the Gospels as reliable? I don't have a good reason to.
Okay, but you keep saying myth, and yet you agree that Jesus Christ of Nazareth was a historical figure who was crucified.
Yeah, like the
people
battle
would call that a myth.
Like the Battle of Troy, was a historical event, but the Odyssey and the Iliad are myths.
Right, like nobody would say, I don't believe that Zeus, is a god, but I do believe that, like a myth is a different thing. It's like there's no relation to actual history.
No, that's
right?
not true.
Does she really not understand
Well,
this?
what I'm saying is it has no
Does
like
she really
it,
not understand
nobody
this?
would say Zeus is a historical figure.
No, you
You know
can
what I
have
mean?
a
That's
historic you can have a historical like base to build a myth on. Like the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Iliad describes the Trojan War, and the Trojan War is based on an actual historical happening. Like there was an actual Trojan War, but like the story of the Iliad and the Odyssey are myths that were built on the foundation of that historical happening. So you can have myths that are based off of a historical like base. In this case, the historical base would be there was a man named Jesus who was crucified by the Romans, and then a little bit later, his disciples had experiences where they thought he appeared to them. That's the historical base, and the myths are built on that.
Okay, well let me ask you another question. Okay. So I read this. People who reject the resurrection usually do so not because the evidence is weak, but because they believe miracles cannot happen. So we would both agree that it would have to be a miracle if he was resurrected. Do you believe miracles can happen?
I don't believe miracles can
Miracles
happen,
can happen.
but even when I was Jewish, and I thought miracles could happen, because I after leaving Christianity, I spent some time in Judaism. I believed in miracles, still didn't believe in the resurrection for all the same reasons I'm saying now.
Okay. But so I would have to convince you that miracles can exist before I could convince you that this could have happened, right?
Not necessarily. You can just give me like any good historical evidence that Jesus really was alive after he was crucified.
But that would have to be a miracle. So if
Well,
your worldview says
well,
no
the
miracle, there's
well,
no
the
amount of
the
evidence I could
well,
give
no,
you.
you could demonstrate that Jesus was alive. Then the question would be, what was the mechanism by which he was alive?
Okay, well, you agree that Jesus Christ was a historical figure who was a real person who existed and that he was crucified. What do you base that off of? What do you
Mostly,
base that knowledge off of?
mostly just Josephus's own like the partial interpolation theory of Josephus's Antiquity of the Jews, and that's me being
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Oh, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Paragraph 3 mentions Jesus of Nazareth, though the version of it we have today is at the very least partially interpolated. But the
Is that like a history book or something? I just don't know what it is.
Josephus was a first century Jewish historian.
Okay.
If it's uses
You
of
are
James, then you're
basing-
talking about book 20, Dalton.
You think he was a
No, not James.
Sorry, am I lagging? Am I
No,
lagging?
you're good.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry, it's
Mhm.
just my co-host was also talking to me. No, the Testimonium
Okay.
Flavianum is what this text is called, and there's two theories about it. Either one, it's partially interpolated, meaning that the sections about Josephus calling Jesus the Christ and that he was resurrected, those are interpolated. That's the majority position. The other position is that this whole text is interpolated, and if that's true, then Josephus doesn't really write about Jesus of Nazareth. I'm literally like on the fence of mythicism, 51% in favor of historicity, 49% in favor of mythicism.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you believe that Jesus Christ was a historical figure who was crucified based on the testimony of someone first century, what would that be? Okay, so that within his like whatever from 60 years after he died, something like that, 50 years after he died, somewhere around there.
Yeah. And also
Okay,
it's not
so
it's not an extraordinary claim that someone lived and was crucified. Lots of people lived 2000 years ago, lots of people were crucified 2000 years ago. So the range of the extraordinariness of the claim requires more extraordinary evidence.
okay, well, put the extraordinary claim aside and just say it's a claim. Based on your evidence for Jesus Christ being a real person who was crucified, you would have to say that there is much stronger evidence than what you're giving of Josephus or whoever that he was resurrected, because there are witness accounts like within whatever 20 or 30 years written after he died from people who were like articulate and literate, similar to
No,
Josephus. So
our
putting
first
extraordinary aside,
we don't
you
have
to admit
any
that
Wait, why would we set
we don't-
aside that this is a supernatural claim?
Yeah, we're not going to set aside that this is a supernatural claim. Also, we don't have any written witnesses to the resurrection. All we have is Paul, and Paul is telling us that Jesus appeared to people and that he appeared to him. But this is like a visionary experience. The Gospels aren't eyewitness accounts.
Okay, hold on. Well, hold on. I would also add to that. I don't know if you're right about that. You may be, but also on top of that, you have hundreds and thousands of people being converted by this historical event, which generally doesn't happen if it's just a group hallucination delusion between 50 to 100 Jews. That wouldn't make sense that would.
Wait till she hears about
they
Islam.
experienced that made them martyrs,
Not 50
which
to
made
not
other people
not 5,200 Jews. To be clear, let me give you the exact like timeline according to Paul. Peter is the first person that Jesus appears to. Peter tells the 12 about this. Okay, they are because there was a belief already that Jesus was the Messiah, and there's an expectation since he's appeared to Peter. We do engage in actions which typically are actions which induce like delusions and hallucinatory and visionary experiences like praying, chanting, fasting. These can cause visionary experiences and psychologically in people. The 12 didn't have it. They go around preaching this to people. The Messiah has come. He was Jesus. He appeared to us. James becomes convinced he's Jesus' brother. And then all you have to have is all Paul says is that he appeared to 500 people, which isn't that large of a crowd. All 500 people have a collective delusion where they feel that Jesus is present with them in the room. And then he appears to Paul. That's not extraordinary. That's how cults start.
I disagree because like think about like the Elvis sightings, right? Okay, those were hallucinations people had because they were obsessed with Elvis, right?
Not necessarily. People saw people in the supermarket that they thought was Elvis, like older men that looked like Elvis, and also they didn't think that they didn't think Elvis was they didn't think Elvis was resurrected, and they weren't having religious ceremonies, fasting and praying and chanting and doing the things that cause visionary experiences around Elvis. It's not analogous.
Well, I mean, no, people worshipped the guy. I mean, not literal rituals, perhaps, but like they were obsessed with him, right?
Obsessed,
I'm not
sure,
saying maybe
but
not hallucinations, but delusions. They thought that
yeah,
they saw someone
they
who
see
kind of looked like him, and they thought it
Just
was
bring
him.
up Nero.
Misidentifications.
Misidentifications. It'd be like Nero. People thought that Nero was resurrected after he was dead, although people didn't think that Elvis was resurrected. They just thought he didn't actually die. He went into hiding. So, like, this isn't remotely analogous.
That's actually my point. My point is that the Elvis sightings prove that people can misidentify people. They can be deluded. They can be obsessed with someone and want to see him again and think they see him again. But there was no massive movement started after the Elvis sightings. There was no
because it's
there
not
were no
religious.
martyrs. There was nobody was converted.
Yes,
It was just thought of as crazy people.
Because Grace, when it comes to Jesus of Nazareth, there's already a baseline belief amongst the Jewish people of a Messiah. There's a huge cultic religion that's sort of preempting and it's not like Christianity is a brand new religion. It's an offspring from an existing religion. And also got to consider different time period. People didn't think exactly the same way that we think today. So people think that Elvis was alive when Elvis wasn't the fulfillment of a great prophecy, like a long told hero that would save the people. Of course, you're not going to get a giant cult that like surrounds Elvis. He's not a religious figure. He's not deity. He's not divine in any way. He's not a Messiah. He's just a rock star that people thought did not actually die. Jesus different, dead rabbi. People thought he resurrected. People thought he was the Messiah and that he brought salvation.
I agree. Different attitudes, but still sort of like cultish worship on both sides.
That's the fact that they're almost. Oh, thank you for the Elvis hair. That's TikTok. Anyways, the fact that that's the most you can possibly say that they're similar is that they're cultic like in nature. Besides that, Christianity is a completely different beast, and the fact that especially since early Christianity, at least espoused by Paul, has a lot of concepts that are very similar to ancient mystery cults, which makes it very attractive to a Jewish audience. Because, by the way, this didn't really catch on with Jews; it caught on more with Greeks, and because it had elements to it that were similar to mystery religions, and therefore was extremely palatable to a Greek audience.
Mhm. Okay, well, I'm trying to like, what we're mixing is like if the Gospels had all agreed, like instead of what I'm trying to get to is like if the resurrection, let's take resurrection out of it and just put something else in there, like that Jesus had green eyes. Okay, if the Gospels said
She
that in
really
a variety
wants
of
to
different
ignore the
ways, different
supernatural
testimonies,
claim.
etc., you would probably be likely to believe that.
Yeah,
And so
why?
what the
Because
problem is this
because green
supernatural thing.
eyes. Yes, because green eyes is not extraordinary claim.
Okay, so your problem is not really the evidence. Your problem is that this is a
It's not
supernatural claim that
physiologically
you just don't believe is
possible.
possible, correct?
It's not physiologically possible. Like,
It's
there's
not
no
physiological
way.
possible. There's no way. But like, but
This is the
beyond
problem with
that,
you not believing that
but
miracles are
again,
possible.
well, the problem is that the evidence that's given to us, the Gospels and the even if I believed in the supernatural, which again I told you already, when I was Jewish, I believed in the supernatural. I believed in the miracles. I thought Moses parted the Red Sea. I thought the resurrection wasn't real, and that the believers were
Okay,
having hallucinations.
I hear you. I hear you, and I understand how you would say that. But let's take a modern day miracle and see if your skepticism still applies. Okay, so the miracle of Fatima, do you know about that?
Yeah, it's a collective delusion. Not
Okay, so
question about the miracle of Fatima. Did everyone see the miracle of the sun that was present?
I don't know, but I know there were hundreds of witnesses.
Thousands, and some reported that they saw nothing. Did any scientists surrounding Fatima ever see the sun dancing in the sky anywhere outside of Fatima?
I don't know.
Answer is no. There was scientists all over the world did not report the sun dancing in the sky. Was there an expectation amongst the crowd that something miraculous was going to happen that day?
Does she also believe the moon
Yeah,
split in
because
two?
the three shepherd children said that the Virgin Mary had appeared to them. Just
would
for the
appear-
chat, I don't know if they know. The miracle of Fatima is a famous event reported in Portugal in 1917. Three shepherd children said the Virgin Mary had appeared to them monthly near Fatima, promising a public miracle. On October 13th, 30 to 70,000 people gathered in heavy rain to witness it. After the children prayed, many in the crowd reported that the sun appeared to spin, pulse, or zigzag in the sky. It seemed to plunge towards the earth. The soaked ground and clothing suddenly became dry.
All right, so what we have here
that's what it
is there's an expectation from this group of religious individuals that something is going to happen. So they're already primed to see something. Not everyone present at Fatima saw something. There are people who report that nothing happened. And scientists all over the face of the earth who were watching the sun today noticed nothing strange about the sun. So it seems that we have a concentrated group of religious people with an expectation who are already believing in something and therefore are primed. They probably engaged in prayer, other sort of things like this. So they were primed to see a collective delusion. All it starts as for someone to look up and say, "Oh, something's happening," and people caught up in the fervor of it all, saying either lying, saying, "Yeah, I saw it too," or looking at the sun long enough. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen if you stare at the sun for too long. It'll look like it's pulsing and dancing in the sky. So yes, just like the miracle of
That could be
Fatima.
true. Of course, that could be true.
So just like the miracle of Fatima, which I often bring to Christians all the time because
But the miracle, you have to understand what a miracle is. A miracle is something that is not naturally possible. It's an event that is not naturally possible.
What I'm getting for
So-
this is
wait, let me
unfalsifiable.
Oh, cool. So it doesn't happen.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
so it
can say
doesn't. If it's not
unfalsifiable,
possible, then it
but
doesn't
the point
happen.
of the miracle of Fatima, the claim is not that an astronomical event happened where the sun literally shook and danced, because then everyone on the earth would have seen that or had some kind of idea that that was
But
going on.
nobody did.
But not everyone at Fatima saw the sun dancing.
Correct, but the sun did not literally dance.
No,
Like,
I'm
it's
saying
not an astronomical event.
Not everyone who was present at this event saw this miraculous event take place.
Yeah, but many skeptics were there and they did see it happen. So how do you explain that?
And many people were there and they didn't see it happen. It sounds like a collective delusion. It
what
doesn't
I'm
sound like
saying
something
is
that objectively happened.
Does she
But
not
there's
know
there's
how?
there's like when you have historical
She doesn't.
evidence,
Never mind.
if you have a ton of people saying something happened and some people saying it didn't happen, it seems to me like you are biased in your
She doesn't
decision that it
understand
didn't
basic
actually
Grace.
psychology.
happen.
So
You
Grace.
already
hold
think
on.
miracles
Don't
Okay,
didn't happen.
everyone stop talking. Okay, I can't.
hold
Y'all cannot
on.
keep talking over each other. It's driving me crazy.
I can't hear them.
Yeah. Well, there are plenty of
1 second.
studies that we've done in psychology where we've actually convinced people in rooms where we had 3 people who were kind of in on it and the 4th person wasn't, and we convinced them that the lines were shorter than they actually were. This happens, like, we know this occurs in psychology. Just because a skeptic was present and then they claim they saw something doesn't mean they actually saw something. There's plenty of data
peer
outside of
pressure.
this.
Peer pressure. Now.
You could call it that, yeah.
Yeah, sociological priming peer pressure can result in like skeptics even saying that they saw something even if they didn't. And also we can like misremember and make ourselves remember things that aren't necessarily true either.
All of that is
So
true. That is all
so
true. That is possible.
it seems like the bulk of the evidence is in favor of something didn't happen here. Because on the one hand, you have a group of people who say they saw something, but there were people there who said they didn't see it. Scientists all over the world did not see the sun dancing in the sky, and people were primed to see this, which is exactly what you expect in collective delusion. So the bulk of the
But
evidence
you're
is in favor
biased
of
in your decision there.
I'm
in my
biased towards the
opinion.
evidence. I'm biased towards the
Because
evidence.
why wouldn't you at least, because you're saying you have a confirmation bias. Why couldn't you say it's 50-50 at least?
It's not 50-50. It's not even close to
Super
50-50.
anti-Catholic militants were there and they
It's-
reported seeing stuff.
And people didn't see anything. Again, the problem is not that I'm biased. The problem is that the only thing I'm biased towards is evidence. I'm biased towards the evidence. The bulk of the evidence is not in favor of a miracle happening at Fatima. That's why
you
I,
say
that's
the
why
bulk of
that's
the
why I,
evidence,
that's why that's
but
why I constantly reference the miracle of Fatima. Every time a Christian brings up the 500, I always bring up the miracle of Fatima on this channel because of the fact that it's poor evidence.
But you have a confirmation bias because if a lot of people, let's say it wasn't a supernatural thing, if a bunch of people said that at Fatima they saw a kid kicking a soccer ball and a bunch of people said they didn't see that, you would not say.
Yes, again, Grace. Again, if you told me I have a dog in my garage versus I have an invisible dragon in my garage, one of those is more has
You
great.
can't keep mixing them. You
No.
have to differentiate them.
Yeah, because
You have to be
the gra-
non-biased in your
Yes, I
your
am
historical
non-biased.
evidence.
I am
You are
non-biased because
biased.
if someone made the claim that they had a visitable dragon in their garage, I would hold the same position. The greater the claim is, the greater the evidence in favor of it needs to be. And I'm sorry, but the miracle of Fatima does not have very good evidence in favor of it.
Yes, it does.
Scientific
Avelino
Snitch.
de Almeida. He was the editor
Yeah.
of O Seculo, a secular
hold on.
anti-clerical newspaper. He wrote that the sun appeared to change color and brightness and it seemed to move or tremble. Now, he didn't call it a miracle, but he's not like going to be inclined to be like,
Yes, because what
"Woo."
happens when you look at the sun for too long?
Hold on,
Sometimes
Dalton.
it can move.
Scientific Snitch. Can you think of a thing that in
But he had no
in
religious
science that
motive.
My
the
co-hosts are
larger the
talking, 1
claim in
second.
science,
Sure.
the larger the claim in science, there are even claims within like biology and physiology, right? That the higher the veracity and claim that you would need more data to support, right? That's not a cognitive bias. That's
No,
just
that's not
how
cognitive bias. That's just how science works.
yeah. So that's just how data works. Like I'm trying to think of something that
Here,
would
with
support this.
With the scientific method, you come up with a hypothesis, and that hypothesis.
Real
Oh,
quick,
go ahead.
ladies, just real quick. So this conversation's been going on for I don't know how long at this point, and I'm kind of going crazy from all the cross talking. It's not the fault of either group. It's just that the technology. I'm going to talk to Justin as soon as I get off this live and tell him that I need to get this fixed because it's driving me insane. But Grace, you're more than welcome to call back on another day if you on this topic or any other topic. Overall, good conversation. Better than most Christians we have. I'll give you that.
Okay. Thank you.
but-
Could I ask you one last question, please? One last question, quick, really
Sure.
quick.
One last question.
I'm just curious. What evidence of a miracle would convince you? Any miracle. Like, what evidence would you need other than personal experience of it? Your personal experience.
Yeah, it would have to be testable and repeatable. And I'll just say this. I'll say this to make it easy for you. God's all knowing. God's all powerful. He knows what would convince me. He's able to do it. balls in his court.
But you don't think that's just a little entitled to say you need a personal miracle to convince you?
If he wants me to believe, if he can do it for Paul, he can do it for me. If he can prove to Gideon that he has a desire and will for him, then he can do it for me.
I agree. He could, and he might.
And
He might.
it wouldn't be too hard for him.
But you would not say that's true of. I mean, demanding that God convince you of something is okay. I mean, I kind of respect it, but like that's a lot. Why? I mean, you don't demand that. You don't demand that God will personally convince you of every historical fact.
No,
because
just
you
of the
believe
things
the
that
testimony of
just
other
for me.
people.
If he wants to convince me that he exists, that he can perform miracles, not too hard for him. He can do it.
Okay,
Balls
he
in his
will do
court.
it. He will do it. Keep an
All
eye
right.
out. He will do it.
I'll
He
hold you
will
to
do
it.
it. I'll check back with you. He will. I believe he
All right.
will. Have a good day. Bye.
You too, Grace.
Dalton, and I was supposed to be sick that one time too.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, one time a Christian, told Ashlyn that God is going to make her sick. She didn't get sick for a whole year, so it's unlikely that the two were related. But again, if God's all powerful, He knows exactly what would convince me to the fact that I could not deny it, and He's all powerful enough, so He can do that thing. So there's literally no excuse for him.
I don't know if you caught this, but she literally said that miracles are defined as the impossible, which makes absolutely no sense. If a miracle is defined as impossible, then it happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Literally,
So,
it's like the whole supernatural argument.
So I've got a few super chats here, and then we're gonna bring up one last guest, King of Knives. So King of Knives, just hold up there. I'm gonna read one super chat. I'm gonna bring up King of Knives, and then I'll read the rest of the super chats after we get done talking to King of Knives. So, let's see.
At Alpo Light with the $4.99. Grace, name the first 5 books of the Bible and tell us how striped animals are created. Quickly, Grace, you're educated on this.
As nice as Grace was, she didn't seem to be aware of some things in the Bible, and she also didn't seem to be aware of some facts about the miracle of Fatima. But I get it. I was in her same exact position when I was Catholic, so I understand where she's coming from, and that's why I give her a little bit of grace. But yeah, not. There seems to be a little bit of.
I'm sorry, but that burden shifted. The burden shifting was driving me absolute nuts. She's sweet. She seems very sweet and like a very nice, amicable individual, but the burden shifting drove me insane. That entire conversation. It's not on us to present an argument and defend it, as long as it makes more sense than your supernatural claim. It is it is far more probable. And that would be the thing that would be more likely. Or you could just claim agnosticism on that position if you don't have any evidence, which would be the appropriate thing to do on the resurrection, saying, hey, supernatural claims are naturally, because you just said miracles are impossible, then I have no reason to believe this. If they're impossible, you've just checkmated yourself.
Yeah. All right, we're going to bring up the last guest for today's live. King of Knives, I think we've spoken to you before, but just so I can get a reminder for the audience, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes conversation. So, are you at least
Just
18?
1 second. Just 1 second.
All right.
How's it going?
All right, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. So, are you at least 18? What are your pronouns? And
Yeah.
do you think Jesus is dead?
Him, no.
Okay.
He's not dead.
All right, so I'm Dalton the Bible guy. Jesus is dead. Prove me wrong.
I would like to touch on the topic you just were discussing because I think they had a lot of momentum, but I just didn't get there. But you said you want a sign, right? Everybody wants a sign, right? But you got to listen to what he says then.
Is God impotent?
Define that again?
Powerless.
No.
So God knows exactly what would convince me, right?
Of course.
Is he powerful enough to make it happen?
Yeah.
All right, ball's in his court.
What do you want him to do?
That's up for him. He knows exactly what he needs to do.
No. What do you want him to do? What do you want to see? Come on, be specific here.
I don't know. It's in his court. That's why I added the all-knowing part, because I don't know what exactly would convince me of his existence.
You want
King of Nice.
You want him to come.
King of Nice. King of Nice. I'm trying to explain to you. I don't know what would convince me of the supernatural, but God does know. So just let him do his thing.
Yeah. You want him to come and visit you personally.
Maybe, if that's what he thinks it would take.
No, that's what everybody wants, brother. So what's your point? Like, why don't you work towards that?
I don't want that.
Wait. What do you mean work towards that? What ingredients for the magic spell do I need in order to conjure God?
Love everyone, love yourself.
Oh, I don't
That
love.
does not conjure God.
It gets you closer to God.
Yeah, it doesn't conjure God. Secondly,
No, it doesn't.
Also, fuck
No,
no,
it
I'm not gonna. First, also, fuck no, I'm not gonna love everyone. You think I'm gonna love that orange turd sitting in the White House? No. You think I'm gonna love Adolf Hitler? No, I'm not gonna love everyone. God can do better than that, I'm sure.
Yeah, the nasty things that God said about me and Scientific Snitch in the Bible, he's got a lot of explaining to do before I sit there and do what he says. I'm going to be kind to people that deserve my respect, and then I'm not going to acknowledge people that don't deserve my respect.
Yeah,
Because that's just how it is. If people are horrible to me, like I've had Christians come up here and say I deserve to be raped, I'm not going to love them, King of Kings, or Knives, or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck your name is.
So Paul didn't love everyone. Jesus appeared to him. So clearly that's not necessary for God to appear to you, is for you to love everyone. Paul was out murdering sons of bitches.
It says,
all
love
right?
your neighbor as yourself. Love God with all your mind, soul, and strength. On these two rest all love of the prophets.
Did Paul love everybody when he was murdering Christians?
Bro, everybody has flaws. What's your point?
Just yes or
Good
no.
Lord.
Just yes or no.
He
Paul
was
loving-
before. Obviously, you already know the
No,
answer, brother.
No,
You have to be no-brainers.
No.
You have to
Yeah,
be no-brainers.
so, you know, just calm down. If the truth is with you, then you don't have to worry about answering questions.
I'm calm.
So yes or no, did Paul love everyone when he was murdering Christians?
Technically, no.
Okay. Was Jesus able to appear to him even though he didn't love everybody?
Yeah.
All right, then I don't need to fucking love everyone for God to appear to me.
Brother, I get your point. Valid point. All right. But that doesn't mean you can just live however you want, though. You got to live to some moral standard because you obviously abide by the law. Because you obviously abide by the law.
I do have a moral standard, and it's better than the moral standard of God.
No, but do you abide by the law?
Sometimes.
Can this guy stop chewing the
Well, we
microphone?
should.
Yeah,
we should.
yeah, well, no, not always. You shouldn't always live by the law.
Why?
If I lived in
Why?
1944 Germany.
Now.
Okay,
Now.
if there's a immigrant in my house, I'm not turning them over to ICE. Fuck that. Immoral.
Buddy, that's like the most obscure law. I'm talking about like normal laws, like everything else. That's just a new thing right now.
So in Florida, don't keep an alligator in your bathtub. Is that the law you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about like, the Declaration and like the Charter of Rights and all that. Like that's the treat your man, how you want to be treated.
Yes, I follow the law when it's moral and upright, and when it's not, I don't.
Exactly. So you live by some kind of moral standard.
That comes from, for example, the anterior insular cortex, which helps with pain perception, empathy, as well as various thalamocortical connections that aid in our ability to understand consciousness as well as other individuals' subjective experiences. And this is called empathy. Not everybody has an empathetic response towards others, which is why we have people like psychopaths and sociopaths. So when we're saying like what we ground our morals in, I'm grounding it based off the areas of my brain that activate when I see another person hurt.
Yeah, but you're just breaking it down to
what is the King? I'm curious. What does this have to do with God not showing himself to me.
We're getting there. The conversation got to flow, brother. Come on, don't kill it now.
Well, Landon,
This
go
isn't
ahead.
a linear dialogue, though.
Bro, okay,
Yeah.
here, back to the point. Like, you're breaking the physical down just as the physical. You know, I see life
Because
around
it
me.
is.
No, hold on. I see a life everywhere. Animals, plants, right?
Rocks?
That is
Wait. You see life everywhere.
self.
Rocks?
It's
So
not just it's
the
just not a
physi-
radiation.
Are rocks alive?
Yeah, we break physical down to the physical because you just said what
No,
it
yeah,
is, the
down-
fucking physical.
Yeah.
Like-
Everything is alive, bro. Everything's matter. Everything's atoms, bro. What do you
King
mean?
of Nice,
Come on.
why doesn't
So-
your God want to
so
show himself to
I
me?
don't. What?
Why doesn't your
does.
God want to Okay, then why doesn't he?
He does, bro. She's shown us so.
Why
He's
is he
done it in the past 1,000,000 times, brother. What are you talking about?
Then he's really bad at it. Then he must not know what it would take to convince me. Because so far, he's not doing a very good job. So why is your God so dumb? So either your God.
Bro,
So
I think
there's-
it's like you
there's
have a very
there's
pouty demeanor. You have a no.
Is
no,
my
no.
my pouty demeanor overpowers God?
You're like, oh, where, me. I want God to appear to me. What about those
so-
other people in other countries that are suffering? And you're just chilling
Yeah,
out.
Isn't God supposed to
What
be
about those
all
people?
powerful?
Yeah, God's all powerful, allegedly.
You should be lucky
Hey,
that you're in
yo,
a good
dude.
life right now on
Dude,
live.
Isn't
lucky
God
about that.
supposed
A
to
lot of
be
people
all
aren't.
powerful?
Yeah.
Hey,
Answer
King, isn't God supposed to be all powerful? This is a yes or no question, like the easiest yes or no question possible.
It's a no-brainer, but yes, go. I'm gonna entertain
Okay,
you.
so if he's all powerful, then it shouldn't be a freaking hassle to show himself to everyone. Boom, problem solved.
But what do you think you're living in? You're living in an environment
The
that can
natural
He's all
world.
powerful.
that
It
has
doesn't
4
matter.
seasons, that has life, that has love in it. What are you talking about? Do you not see?
that's
you're not
Love
just
comes
looking
from the
evolution.
up
brain,
at all?
dude.
Love comes to the brain.
No,
It's evolution.
it's not.
The natural
Yeah, it
world.
is.
What-
Deception.
So
No.
here's the thing, King of Knives.
Demonstrate
The fact that-
otherwise.
The fact that I don't currently believe in it right now, there's a few different possibilities for why this is so. Possibility number 1, God is all knowing, so he knows what would convince me. He's all good, so he wants me to know him and have eternal life. But he's not all powerful, so he can't like do the thing he wants to do in order to convince me. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is he's all good, so he wants me to believe in him. He's all powerful, so he could do it. The problem is that he's not all knowing, so he just doesn't know what would convince me.
Yeah, but he
Option-
also gave you a book.
There's
that you-
there's two more options. Option number 3, God is both all powerful and all knowing, so he knows what it would take and can do it. He's just not all good. He doesn't want me to believe in him. And then option number 4 is God's not all powerful, all knowing, or all good because he doesn't exist, and that's why he doesn't appear to me. And no, a book isn't good evidence for God, especially if the book is complete shit and full of contradictions.
Okay, all right, sure. You want God to appear to you, and to be obviously everyone wants that too. But did he not do it in the past to other people?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he did. First of all, no.
Okay,
But even if he
okay, let's
did,
talk
I'm
about
not
it.
the. But first off, even if he did, I'm not those
Even
other
if he
people.
did, even if he did,
Yeah, you'd have to.
Even if you got
won't-
evidence.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. There's
King-
there's no
King.
evidence for it.
no. But you said even if he did, though, that means you're acknowledging.
But
it.
Allah appeared to Muslims and told them that Islam is the truth. So which one do I believe in? And
Well, you
Jewish
have to
people
see
have
which-
that. And then you have tons of other religions that exist where they've had experiences of being appeared to. So how is it that yours is the right
Perfect.
one?
Perfect question. The Bible and the Torah is the longest lasting book. I mean, not the longest lasting book. I mean, the continuation over thousands of years. Yes,
Bhagavad-
every other book was.
no,
Hold on,
no,
time out.
no,
1 second.
No. The Bhagavad
Even
Gita.
if that's true,
Brother, I'm not talking about
the premise doesn't follow the that premise doesn't follow the conclusion that it's true. That's just a fallacy.
Yeah, because you never let me finish.
The Bhagavad
It's
Gita is
the longest book.
the Bhagavad Gita is older than the Bible and has been continuously around longer than the Bible. The longevity of a
Yeah,
text
but it's the same
doesn't.
thing.
The longevity of the text doesn't prove the validity of the text.
No, I'm saying the consistency of the text has a evidence towards it.
Oh, it's not consistent either. Okay, question number 1.
Throughout history, yes, it is. Throughout history, it is.
No, it's not. It's
No,
not.
let's
It's not.
talk- let's talk about
It's not.
miracles
It's
here.
not.
Let's
It's
talk
not.
about-
It's
let's
not.
talk-
It's not.
it
It's
is,
no.
it is. You're in denial.
No.
You're in
We're not moving on. We're not moving forward. You made the claim that the Bible is consistent. Do you believe the Bible is consistent?
With history and miracles, yes.
No, the content.
Yeah, with history and miracles, yes.
All right. Can God change his mind?
Good question.
According to the Bible.
Well, he's always love, so
stop fucking chewing. Also, stop fucking chewing your food. It's triggering me.
My bad. I'm eating.
So the answer is, can God change his mind?
I would say no, because God is love and he's always the same. Yes, same yesterday, today, and forever. So he's the same.
According to Exodus 32, verse 14, he does change his mind. Now what? God changed his mind concerning Exodus 32, verse 14. God changed his mind concerning the evil he was going to do to his people. He was going to wipe out the Israelites for worshiping the golden calf. Moses pleaded with him, and then God changed his mind. So Numbers 23:19 says God doesn't change his mind.
Yeah, but did that actually happen? Hold on. If you're admitting that actually happened,
doesn't matter whether or not it happened. The question is the Bible
you
consistent?
Can't talk about a topic
the Bible is the Bible consistent in what it says? That's the question. I didn't ask if the Bible stories are true. I only asked if the Bible was consistent in what it says. And the question is the Bible consistent in the idea that God doesn't change?
It wouldn't matter. It's an internal critique, King. You just look stupid saying that.
Sure, whatever you think.
That's not what I think. That's just a fact.
Happened, but if it actually happened,
I don't care. We're not. The question's not whether or not. Well, the question's not whether or not it actually happened, King. That's not. Pay attention. Pay attention. My question was: is the Bible consistent in what it says about God?
You asked me a question, but the Bible says otherwise. So you didn't show me.
Okay.
Yeah, but you didn't show me.
Yes or no? Is the Bible consistent when it says that God doesn't change his mind? Yes or no?
Yo, can you just stop muting me for like 1 minute?
If you, as long as you stay on topic and actually answer the questions I'm asking you, and not the questions you think I'm asking you or that you want me to ask you. I have a very specific question for you. Yes or no? Is the Bible consistent on whether or not God can change his mind?
Yes.
Okay, so Exodus 32 verse 19 says God can't change his mind. Numbers 23:19 says God can't change his mind. Exodus 23 verse 14 says he can. That's not consistency.
Yeah, but you have to talk about the situation. He obviously outlaid a plan for the future, and that will never change. Hold on.
No.
Let me elaborate for like 30 seconds.
Let's go to Exodus. Let's go to Exodus 32 and see. Let's see. Exodus 32. Let's see. I'm going to pull up the screen.
I'm trying to tell you an explanation.
Okay.
I don't know what context is going to make changing your mind different.
Yeah. Because it would. Oh my god. I'm just going to cut me off, so I can't even explain. I literally can't explain.
All the huffing and puffing is so annoying.
No.
Yes. Okay. Actually, well, let's start with Numbers 23:19 because I think that's where we need to start. We need to start with something very basic for you. Numbers 23 verse 19. Let's read it.
Apparently, this guy seems to think he knows. I think this guy thinks he knows more than God himself because he seems to have an answer for everything.
Yeah, that does seem to be the point. Okay, so we're gonna read.
I think you're just assuming.
We're gonna read Exodus, Numbers 23:19, and then we're gonna break it down. Hopefully, you have good reading comprehension. So here we go. I'm gonna read it first, all the way through, and then we're gonna break it down. God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. Has he promised, and will he not do it? Has he spoken, and will he not fulfill it? So, what does this first part mean? God is not a human being. What does that mean?
Brother, I know you're the point you're trying to make, and because he changed his mind on one Moses topic, you think it applies to the rest of the Bible? No, that was a situational thing.
Answer the question.
I know. I already know where you're going.
Answer the question.
I think King is flailing because he's getting his back
I'm not
thrown
flailing.
out.
I already know what the question is.
It sounds like you're flailing.
I don't care if you think you know what the question is. I'm gonna make you answer this, or you can just leave. Either you leave or you answer the question. Those are your only options. So, what does it mean that it says God is not a human being? What does it mean that God's not a human being?
He's not a human being.
Okay.
I don't know. That's pretty self-explanatory to me.
All right. And as a result of not being a human being, what can he not do?
You can't lie.
All right.
He can't change his mind.
And he's not immortal. And as a result of not being immortal, what can he not do?
I just said it.
So he can't change his mind. Because he's mortal, he cannot change his mind.
Yeah, but Moses changed his mind. Okay, what's your point?
No,
Internal
not
critique
Moses.
or the Bible's wrong.
No, not Moses. Moses didn't change his mind. God changed his mind, not Moses.
Yeah, because Moses pleaded to save the people, brother.
So this is not true that God cannot change his mind.
Brother, it's talking about his plan for the future. That will always stay the same.
Did he change his mind or not?
That was literally one moment of time.
So he did change his mind.
Two different levels.
Actually, Knives, when we read Exodus 32, God decrees a new plan for Moses. So let's see. Was God lying when he said to Moses that he says, now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation. Was he lying to Moses when he said that he will make a great nation of Moses?
Yeah, he had offspring.
No. Did he make a nation? He said, I'm going to wipe out the Israelites, and I'm going to start over and make a nation out of you. Was that true?
All right. Continue.
No. Is that true?
Continue the verse.
Happened? No, is that what happened? Yes or no?
No, it didn't. Obviously not.
All right. So was he telling the truth to Moses, or was he just wrong? That he thought he was going to wipe out the Israelites.
Can you continue the verse?
We'll keep reading in a second, but I need you to answer the question. Was he lying when he said to Moses, I'm going to wipe them out and start over with you, or was he just wrong?
You know how like that God asks you a question like, oh, where are you, Adam? Wow. Stuff like that. God's asking like a no.
This guy is allergic to answering a
Why you
fucking
keep
question.
muting, bro?
Because you're not answering my questions, and it's getting annoying. You're allergic to a straightforward answer.
I got what you're saying.
I don't think that's the problem.
I get what you're saying already.
That's the problem. You get what I'm saying, and you're dodging and dipping. You're dodging Daryl, as Ian would say, and you refuse to actually engage with the Bible because it's detrimental to your position. So the Bible says God doesn't change his mind. The Bible also says that God changes his mind. It's not consistent. Sorry. Bible, huge L. So if this is God's best attempt right here to convince me of his existence, God obviously doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Okay, hold on. What came after that? The whole people of Israel went to a land.
Yeah, because God changed his mind.
So it really did happen. So you're just going back in circles.
No, it didn't happen. No, what he said to Moses didn't happen. What he said to Moses that he would do.
The nation was there for thousands.
Yes or no is what he said that he would do to Moses. Did that happen?
No.
All right. So was he lying or was he just wrong?
If you read the next verse, bro.
Yeah, I know what the verse goes on. I know what the verse goes on to say, that Moses begs God, and as a result, God changes his mind. God thought that he was going to wipe out the Israelites and start over with Moses, but God was wrong because Moses ended up interceding for the Israelites. So God changed his mind, even though the Bible says that he doesn't change his mind.
Okay, and what's your point?
Oh God!
What's your point? What summarize it? What are we trying to do here? Trying to say that the Bible's wrong?
Yes, the Bible.
So,
the Bible contradicts itself.
Your original claim, King, was that that the Bible was consistent, and this is him showing you that it's not. You said that the Bible didn't do these things, and that's why you should believe it.
No, I said the history and the prophecy. Please represent me right.
Okay.
Is this not a history?
Hold on.
In that case, Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, and also there are prophecies that didn't come to pass and failed.
This is what I wanted to convey. After that fact of they got the promised land, they became a nation for thousands of years. They got kicked out by the Babylonians, came back, got kicked out by the Romans, came back in.
Yeah, no one gives a shit because the question is not about what happened to what actually ended up happening to the Israelites.
Consistency.
It's not consistent,
That's not what consistency is.
God said that he was going to kill them and start over with Moses.
Yeah, but it didn't happen, did it?
It didn't, because God changed his mind, which he said he can't do. So.
Oh, then
the
what?
Bible's
Then
like,
what?
'cause
But God's still real. But God's still real because they're still there.
No. Nope.
See, it always
Nope.
goes.
What?
Okay, listen, it's
That
been
that
it's
does
been
not follow, King, at
Yeah,
all.
You guys don't follow history. You gotta do some research.
No, no, no,
it's
no,
been-
no.
Yeah,
Him
That-
not doing those things does not end on the conclusion, therefore God is real at all. What you just said made absolutely no sense. Just because God didn't wipe out the people of Israel doesn't mean, therefore, God is real. That does not follow. Those do
doesn't-
not
he-
connect in
he
any
did
sort
not-
of way.
He didn't understand that I was doing an internal critique of the Bible, but he's too. It's been 4 hours. I can't do this any longer today. And King of Knives was just kick me, do more real. I've done more historical research than you, King of Knives. But when I do the live, the Bible is not reliable. All right, we're gonna read the last super chats, and then we'll send you all off on a. Let me see who I'm gonna send a raid to first, so I can give my my mods time to send the link. Let's see. Who is live right now?
Tiny is live.
Tiny Science is live. Does he do YouTube as well?
I actually don't know if Tiny does YouTube as well. I can go find out.
That was fun. That was very
Hey,
fun.
thank you for
Thanks
coming
for coming up.
Snitch.
Thanks for having me.
Um,
Thank you for having me.
absolutely.
Oh, let me
Uh,
throw your YouTube in the YouTube chat again. I had it up. So everyone, I'm gonna put Scientific Snitches YouTube in the chat. Make sure and go and follow her on YouTube.
King.
I gotta post more.
Absolutely, yes, you do. King of Knives. Just writing this down real quick. Can't keep up. God isn't consistent. God is impotent. All right, cool beans. All right, so Joel Reads the Bible is live right now, and I know that they're probably also on YouTube right now. So YouTube Punk, go find the link for Joel Reads the Bible and send everyone on YouTube over there. So that's where we'll send you guys Joel Reads the Bible. Some the Bible guy sent you, but we're gonna read some super chats, and then we can move on to the then we can move on to the read. All right. Let's see. First super chat.
That's oxymoron with the 5 pounds. Hello, Governor. I have a suggestion with regards to why the apostles believe in Jesus being raised from the grave. They were afraid of hell? Well,
I don't think that's necessarily the case, because there was already a system in Judaism to avoid Gehenna, and that was just, go to the temple, offer your sacrifices, be a good Jew. So fear of hell wouldn't be necessarily a good reason for the apostles to believe. The explanation of collective delusion mixed with bereavement hallucination, I think, is the best reasoning for why they would have come to believe that their dead corpse of a teacher was alive. But fear of hell, it works for modern Christians at least.
and at Brian Pack with the $2 way to must sea lioning. Dishonest participant.
What is sea lioning? Is that flip flopping? Is that another word for flip flopping? Because sea lions, they flip and they flop.
I actually forgot. It is actually a term. Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah. While you look that up, I'll move on to the next super chat.
At
I
Gamer
love sea
Guy.
lioning.
That Gamer Guy with the 5 pounds. What Grace fails to understand is that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's not the same as confirmation bias.
I know.
So, sea lying is an internet trolling tactic where a person disguises bad faith harassment as sincere civil relentless request for evidence or debate. I don't know if they were sea lioning though. I don't think they were bad faith. I think they honestly believe those things and didn't understand why we require more evidence for that, and that it was her burden.
I don't think they were talking about grace with the sea lion. I think they were talking about that one guy who kept calling us sluts and whores. In that case, yes, but also I just think that they had a huge crush on me. That's why they were just going off on talking about my lips. That's it. Jesus is the living God, has a huge crush on me. They want me in bed. It's as simple as that. But yeah, Grace doesn't understand that, the more extraordinary the claim, the more extraordinary the evidence required for the claim.
Well, I don't know that Jesus, whatever the heck his name was disguising bad faith harassment as sincere. Not sure that was occurring either.
Yeah. But they were definitely something.
At the Very Good Wizard with the $5. From what little I know about orbital mechanics, I'm pretty sure the Fatima miracle would have completely wrecked the planet if everyone off it.
Yeah, like this is very similar to the story of Joshua in the book of Numbers, where they caused the sun to stop in the sky. And in the same way, this miracle of Fatima, like if either of those took place, either Joshua's miracle or the Fatima miracle, it would absolutely fucking wreck every single person on the planet. Now, Grace went on to say that she doesn't think that this was an actual astronomical event. So in other words, God just made the sun look like it was dancing for a select number of people, which is quite deceptive as far as miracles are concerned, I think. And then again,
at the Very Good Wizard with the $5. After that guest, my only regret is that I cannot deconstruct twice.
Yeah, I know. Like you can't deconstruct twice, but these Christian guests do push us further and further away from Jesus every single day. That is the truth. And then
at Oppo Light with the $4.39. The Bible says that God desires to have a relationship with everyone. If God wants a relationship with us, God knows what to do for Grace. Reroll.
That's been my argument this whole time. Absolutely, Oppo. Like, it's very clear that either God doesn't exist, or he just doesn't know what it would take, doesn't have the power to make it happen, or just doesn't care. Which I guess if you're a Reformed Christian and you believe, if you're Calvinist, then you think that God just doesn't want me to believe. Which I guess you can take that route, but your God's just a dick at that point.
And at Chip Pay It Forward with the $4.09, another Christian with Godsimers, TTM, conveniently forgetting an omniproperty whenever they have to excuse God's failures. Brock hard for dogs and fluid for sharing.
Godsimers is crazy work. That's good though, because they will conveniently forget one of the omniproperties in order to make whatever happens with God work. Cafe, I know you keep messaging and saying stuff to me in the comment section. I see your name, but I have not read a single thing you've said. You're just wasting your time, but. And then our last super chat for the live, at
William Kinney.
By the way, I have to say, guys, William Kinney, you look like Jordan Schlansky from Conan. I'll show a picture in just a second so everyone can see what I'm saying.
With the $10, I am 54, but I know that you guys would treat me well because I am not a lying Christian liar who lies about not having electricity or refuses to read the lying Bible.
Absolutely. You're 54, you know what, William, in my mind's eye, 20 years old. Or you're my age, you're 30. You're young, you're hip, you're cool, and you're not a lying liar. That was just one particular guest. All the older people out there watching right now who aren't lying liars, you guys are smart, you're on your toes, and you know what, you're just now hitting your new 30. Now that one guest, not so much. Now Oppo looks to me like Jordan Schlansky a little bit. If I find a picture of Jordan Schlansky with a beard, let's see. Where's a picture of Jordan at?
So I'm getting word that maybe Grace was sea lioning, that we just don't know enough about that family. Could be true. I've been told not to do it though, because it has repercussions for my sanity.
Oh God! But look here on the screen. Look, doesn't that look like William? Doesn't he look like William? Like the bottom picture. Oh wait, you guys on TikTok can't see it. Wait a minute.
I can't.
Here, 1 second.
Oh no, I can see it on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's a good looking older dude.
Yeah.
You know?
This is what we call aging like fine wine.
That is.
Yeah. Whenever I get older, I hope I can, because some people like to dye away like the grays. Not me. Whenever I get the grays, I'm keeping them because gray is like peppermint and like that kind of sexy, you know. You're welcome there, Willie. All right. So now that I've given enough free time to do so, we are going to be rating Joel Reads the Bible. I want to thank Ashlyn and Scientific Snitch for being up here with me today. Make sure everyone that you are following their. Yeah, go ahead, Snitch, and start plug whatever you want to plug.
Oh, I was just gonna say thank you. I'm just Scientific Snitch on all platforms, so super easy.
There you guys go. If you guys want to see really cool science stuff and your expertise, you talk a lot about abiogenesis and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I talk about abiogenesis, but I'm really just in physiology. The current research I'm in is pancreatic cancer, and that's pretty much it.
Christians, she's smarter than you, and she can bench more than you. Just so you know. What were you gonna say, Ash?
I just have to fangirl the way that Scientific Snitch talks about and represents data. Amazing, especially there's just not enough voices of women in STEM. They kind of get bogged down by men, and so you should just go follow her because she's amazing and brilliant and awesome.
All right, and with that, guys, I've been the Bible guy. Remember to keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you all again. Actually, I'll, real quick, just so you know, we'll see you all again tomorrow, not on here on the Bible Guy show, but tomorrow on the Hang Up. I will be co-hosting with Matt Dillahunty. I 100% have to go and reshave my head. I've been a little bit lazy, just so me and Matt can both be some bald baddies on taking Christians on. So make sure to watch us tomorrow on the Hang Up, me and Matt Dillahunty. And on this show, we'll see you again on Thursday, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Bye.
Born from dust and questioning fire, wielding truth like a sword of desire. Ancient scrolls and cosmic flame, he tears through myth, he breaks the chain. Echoes of prophets, the scars align, knowledge and thunder intertwine. Reason ascends where blind faith fell. He reads the word and he reads it well. The Bible guy, seeker of the light. Through time and fire he rides the night, with reason's blade and wisdom's cry. Shall hear the Bible guide. Scrolls of ages, words aflame. He dares to question